but also I don't know if I want to do that again. This is just literally just this is just timeline cleanse. Okay. I'm about to show. I shouldn't show you this. This is definitely getting clipped. I decided I saw an Instagram reel, and I'm sure you guys have seen the same ones where like it's the wax men are getting waxed, and it's their reaction to getting waxed, right? And there's the one where they stick the wax in their nose, right? And then the girl pulls it out, and the guy's like, "Oh!" Right, like so. I saw that reel, and I have these hairs in my nose, right? And they tickle, and I don't like them. They're up in this section of them. They always bother me. So I go Amazon. I go nose waxing kit, and I'm like, okay, that's only like $30. I was like, so for the kit, we can do it over and over again. So anyway, I got the damn thing right here. I got this. This is me with the mustache guard. Look, I had to do two. I had to do 2 rounds, right? You can see the hairs. Hold on. Why is that so bright? I don't know. You can see the hairs on the ones that I already pulled out. And now, look, you can't. You can see into my brain right now. All right. But don't wax your nose. It's dangerous. Hey. Look, I'm not sure if I'll ever do it again because it fucking hurt, right? It hurt, okay?
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid.
It
with the
hurt.
elephant. All you got to do is say...
But, I'm telling you, and it's sore today. I pulled out some heavies. And I went in, I got every freaking hair in there. I got every single one of them. All right, you can see my thoughts. Earmuffs. All right, enough ADD, crazy. Like, let's just go down some weird Zach's mind. I bet your eyes were also. They were. And you know what? I tried to pull. Hold on, real quick. I tried to pull them out with my hands. I couldn't. I had to go get pliers. I'm not joking. I grabbed pliers. Freaking. Affection goes straight to your brain. Well, hopefully not. I think that if it was a huge problem, somebody would have sued the out of the company. So I think that I like to live life on the edge. I've done cocaine off a dirty toilet seat before, so I think I'll be fine with the nose waxing. They grow back and fast. Cool. Anyway, I'll wax them again then. All right. Anyway, I'm getting crazy ADD today. When I say that, I'm not being hyperbolic. I actually have ADD. All right. Freaking Adderall. Yeah. I don't take it much. I really don't, because it actually makes me normal. I don't like it. Anyway, back to this story. All right. Iran missile launch came down after the U.S. shot down Iranian drones over the Strait of Hormuz. The renewed hostilities threaten a fragile ceasefire between Washington and Tehran. It is the second time in 3 days that the U.S. has attacked targets, CENTCOM, etc., etc. All right, so essentially, Iran is playing the F-around game, and they will probably be playing the F-O game. So we will keep an eye on that, but whatever. Next up from NPR. Trump wants a gas tax holiday. There's a much bigger problem looming. Ooh. I wonder if this is from somebody who doesn't agree with Trump. President Trump, from NPR, President Trump has called for a temporary waiver of the federal gas tax, which costs drivers 18.4 cents per gallon. Jesus. That's how much the gas tax is? That's a lot. 18.4 cents. Actually, you know what? No, wait, hold on. Yeah, see, gas tax should be like a sales tax. Let's see. What's gas? Roughly $4 a gallon, right? So $4 a gallon times, let's say, what is it? What is sales tax? 0.625, I think. That would be 2 cents. That would be 2 cents, I believe. Yeah, 0.625. It should, yeah, 18.4 cents. That's like That's like 8 times as much as sales tax. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I mean, it should be like, if we have a gas tax, it should be that it should be maybe 5. That's like, what is that? 20%? 20? No. I might be doing math wrong. I'm a little off today. Either way, look, now I'm freaking, how much? What's the gas tax? What is the gas tax? How much is the average gas tax in America? Maybe it's one flat rate? No, it can't be. 52 cents per gallon. What the federal federal gasoline tax is 18 cents per gallon. So it's just one flat rate. It doesn't, so it's flat. Holy 62.9 cents in California per gallon. That's insane. Is that a flat rate or percentage? For federal, 18.3. State sales tax in Mississippi, 18. It's a flat rate. That's insane. It should not be a flat rate. It should fluctuate with the price of gas. So if gas goes down, your gas tax goes up. That's insane. 26 states plus DC have taxes that adjust with inflation or fuel prices, but still measured in cents per gallon, not a percentage. Per gallon excise tax. I don't know. I've never known this. Well, that's why we're here. We learned stuff today. I don't like what we just learned. Makes me want to overthrow the government, but I did not know that. The current North Carolina, somebody in the chat, current North Carolina gas tax is 40 cents per gallon plus a 0.0025 cents per gallon inspection tax. This is insane. That's insane. Let's build them. I'm obviously joking, but let's build a militia. I'm putting Misfit Army. Grab your guns and we will peacefully head to the Capitol, just like in the Virginia protests. We're obviously not violent, but we should definitely let them know, hey, we got guns and don't do that. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Why don't you just get rid of that period? Like, let's not do that. We overthrew the government over 2%. We did that. We were like 2%? Dead. We were like, no, we're stack bodies. We're going to stack bodies over 2%. And now we're like 18 cents per gallon. Can you guys give us one day where we don't pay that? Bro, you get the Trumpinator needs to be on it. I don't know why I don't show you guys this more. It's sitting right here. The Trumpinator, we need that on it. It's 2A Thursday. We got to remind everybody why we have guns, right? Not so you can not. I'm not saying overthrow the government. Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm saying let them know we can, right? Let them know we can. Let them be like, hey, you sons of biscuits, we can if we want to. We have 40% of the world's 1 million guns. We have the largest standing militia in the entire world, and it's not even close. Average of 12 guns per American. I got way more than that. I think I have 12 behind me. Let me count. Let's count. You guys want to count? Let's count. Here, let's go full screen for this. Let's count how many guns are in this room. Okay. 1 right here next to me in case anything happens. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And there's 1 in the closet, 12. There are 12 in this room. And that's the average per American. I have like 4 other rooms in this place. There's 1 in my bathroom. I have a toilet gun, and you should too. You should too. There is a 5.7 next to my toilet. Do you know why yes, they're all real. You know why there's a 5.7 next to my toilet, right? A 5.7 has pretty much a polymer shell on the outside. And I was like, if it's in the bathroom, right? There's steam in the bathroom. That's why that gun's in the bathroom. It's called being smart. It's called being smart. All right. That's not the average. No, it is actually. All right. Oh, don't mess with me on gun trivia. Average amount. Oh, come on. Average amount of guns per American. Maybe it's American household, but it might be American. All right. Mess with me on gun. 1.2. Okay, 125 per 120 people. 120.5 firearms. 0.1. I think it's household. Hold on. So, guns per person. You might be. I might have missed. You know what? Maybe. Hold on. Guns per household. Oh, no, you know what? I'm sorry. Not per person. I'm sorry. I did say it wrong, but I am right. Right. Average amount of guns per gun owner. That's what it is. Not per person, so you are correct. I do apologize in the chat. 4.8. This is also wrong. It's 12. I've looked it up. 4.8. I don't know why. Where did I get 12? 12 guns. I'm just gonna manipulate it now. 12 guns per gun owner, America. I've looked this up so many times. It can't be wrong. The figure 12 is not an actual average for all American gun owners. Maybe, geez, have I been saying it wrong this whole time? Well, thank you. Now I not only feel like I need to apologize in the chat, I might be needing to apologize for my entire worldview. Either way, 4.5 to 5.3 guns is still a lot, okay, per person, or per gun owner. Concentration of ownership. Gun ownership is highly skewed. A 2018 analysis found that 14% of gun owners own half of all the guns, with an average of 15.4 guns in that subgroup. Okay. The 12 guns figure likely comes from high ownership subgroup, not the overall average. Okay. You know what? I got a little cocky. And I might be wrong about this. So while a small minority of collectors own 12 plus guns, I have way more than that. The typical gun owner owns about 4 to 5 firearms. Okay. I trust Perplexity. Perplexity's pretty accurate, which is why I use it. I don't use Grok anymore, especially after it called me a pedophile. It was weird. By the way, Elon, you better read that cease and desist letter, bro. We should just call this ADD Thursday, because I don't think that I've stayed on one topic for more than 5 seconds. Okay. Let's make you right. let's make you right, Zach. Yes. You know what? Everybody go and buy more guns so that the average is 12. I need to be right and you need to do your job. Okay. Go buy guns. And that way, whoever said that in the chat, I already forgot. There you go. See, I have great suggestions in here. That is the best way to fix this problem. I need to be right about everything. And in order for me to be right, you guys all need to go buy guns now, today. 4 to 5 guns. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. All right? Go get them. One that is loaded still isn't a deterrent. These are all loaded. I will cut the YouTube stream right now and prove it if you want. Right? Here, I'll tell you what I will do, because I don't want the YouTube. I don't really give a shit. Here. We're going to get it on camera. We're going to barely get it on camera. There. There you go. Yeah, you might have seen it real quick. That's my little Derringer next to me. I got a little Derringer, a little 2-shot next to me. I got a, this is the Bond Arms Roughneck. I love that thing. Okay. Go buy guns. That's the whole moral of this story. Okay. Yeah, get rid of the gas tax also. All right. Next up. Becerra and Hilton lead in California governor's race poll ahead of June primary. When is the runoff? Democrat Javier Becerra and Republican Steve Hilton are leading a crowded field for California governor in a new poll, which finds Democrat Tom Steyer trailing the top 2 candidates with less than a week remaining, so in about a week, to vote in the primary election. The survey released Wednesday night by the Public Polling Institute of California. By the way, this is KQED News, if you're listening. KQED News shows Becerra continuing his surge to the front, despite being a target of debate attacks and critical ads. Becerra, former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary under Joe Biden. Oh, so he's probably going to do a great job. Leads the poll with 23% of support among likely voters. I don't get why California keeps doing this, man. I really don't get it. I like, there's plenty of people that are like, fraud, it's just fraud now. I mean, yes, definitely. There's definitely way more voter fraud in California than probably any other state. However, those people really do vote like blue. They really do vote blue, and it's crazy. It's crazy. I lived in California like 20 years ago or something like that, and I was stepping over homeless people back then. It's crazy how people just keep voting for these policies that make everything more expensive and make their lives just miserable. It's wild. It's like being in an abusive relationship. I don't understand. If somebody treated me poorly, I would just break up with them. And a lot of people are. There's a lot of people that are fleeing these blue states, right? But too many of them are staying. Anyway, so there was like the Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton at one point were both leading, and they were thinking, okay, well, this could be because it's a jungle primary, it could be 2 Republicans and we could get rid of the Democrats that way. And then Eric Swalwell was railroaded by his own party. What happened to him? And he's gone. So now Becerra is probably going to run against Hilton, and I don't like Hilton's chances. I think that it would probably be an uphill battle at best, right? And Hilton's not even the best of the GOP, but for California, anything red would be better than what they have. So we'll see what happens there too, I guess. Yeah, 1.5 guns per person in the U.S. You know what, though? Here, I will say, okay, 1.5 guns per person. Okay, how many guns are in, not Huns, guns in private ownership in the U.S.? Because this whole ADD thing started when I said that we have the largest standing militia, right? Private. And we do. That part is true. I just had the figure wrong. We own about 40% of the world's 1 billion guns. Okay? That's the point I was making. 393 million firearms. If there's a billion firearms, we own 40%. Global share, 46% of civilian held firearms worldwide. Total firearms, 393 million. Guns per 100 Americans, 120. I think this is where, maybe that's where the 12 figure comes out. Maybe I'm saying maybe that's where the misleading figure that I thought was true came out. I'm going to start saying it properly now. I'm going to say between 4 and 5 guns instead of 12. Households with guns, 40 to 43%, about 52 million households. Personal gun owners, 107 million Americans. Registered firearms, only 6 million Americans. Fuck yeah. I love that figure. 107 million Americans own guns, but 393 million guns, and only 6 million of them are registered. That's a happy dance time. Registered. Who registers their guns? You guys are pansies if you register your guns. You buy your guns. You don't register them. I'm not putting my guns on a registry. That's for pedophiles. But yeah, so I mean, I think that my point is proven that we are the world's largest army. Gun owners. American gun owners are the world's largest army, and it's not even close. Right? It's not even close. Okay? What is this? 107 million Americans? Okay. Let's do another one. Okay, 107 million Americans. World's largest army, because I mean America has the largest army. And what's that? 1.3 million? Largest army by people. Or sorry, largest military. Let's go on. Largest military by people. It'll figure it out. I spelled it wrong. Looking up information on the largest military by people, right? Largest military by active personnel is China's People's Liberation Army. Well, with approximately 2 million. 2. 1, 2. We have 107 million, okay? We have 107 million. China has 2. All right? So, while China is a threat, they're only a threat from the inside. Everyone following that? Good. All right, let's get to one or two more stories, and then we'll actually talk about that because it's an important conversation. I think that we need to start driving the conversation towards China, not away from Israel. Even though, yeah, whatever. I mean, fuck, I don't care. Israel. It's a freaking derangement syndrome. You're not deranged by saying China's a problem. You're deranged by saying Israel's a problem. It's like Islamophobia. It's an oxymoron. It's perfectly reasonable to be afraid of Islam. All right, ex-CIA official stole 40 million in gold bars from agency. Jesus. Ex-CIA, well, we can't read it. Screw it. The Mideast, not Middle East, is baffled by Trump's call to, no, Mideast. I'm thinking Midwest. Son of a bitch. What is this? And that's New York Times. So we're not going to be able to read that either, but who cares? Justice Department launches criminal investigation into Trump's accuser, E. Jean Carroll. Oh, now that tweet makes sense. I saw somebody tweeting like, Trump is weaponizing the government against the woman he raped. And bullshit. He never raped anybody. He was found liable for forcible touching, which is a 51% presumption in a civil matter. That's not rape. The freaking judge who said that he raped her should be freaking thrown in jail. The U.S. Department of Justice has opened a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, who has accused Donald Trump of sexual assault. The investigation is looking to whether Carroll committed perjury. Probably. Because she went on Anderson Cooper and said he never raped her. The news outlet quote source Carroll, a former magazine columnist, accused Trump of sexual assault and defamation and successfully sued him in 2 cases. Both judgments were upheld on appeal, but Trump has asked the Supreme Court to overturn the first of them. He has denied accusations. Jury found Trump liable. No, this is, by the way, every time they do this, this is a lie, right? Every time a newspaper or a news article or news organization says that Trump was held liable for sexual assault, that is a lie. They should be sued. Trump was held liable for forcible touching. It's the forcible touching means you can poke somebody in the chest, okay? And you are liable for forcible touching. Now, because of New York's laws, right, or New York's criminal statute in civil matters, they lump in sexual assault into forcible touching. But the actual thing that Donald Trump was held liable for was not sexual assault. It was forcible touching. Okay? Anytime anyone says that Trump was held liable for sexual assault, they're lying, because the actual civil infraction was not sexual assault. Period. Now, I hope that they do investigate her because she lied. And I think that women who lie about men, they do a huge disservice to women who are actually sexual assaulted. All right, 8:42, perfect timing. Let's get to the Scary Guns Aren't Illegal part of this show. Actually, because we were just talking about it, let's get this out of the way first. Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes. I thought that these were both Ilhan Omar, by the way. And no, that's not racist or Islamophobic. I literally was scrolling and I looked and I thought, well, I at least thought that one was Ilhan Omar. And then I did a double take and I realized it wasn't. But yeah, the looks like that whole, I wonder if they're Somali. All right. Well, let's see if that fraud task force comes up with anything. Okay. Now, let's get to alert. Military-aged Chinese nationals in camouflage apprehended crossing into the U.S. The Texas DPS Lieutenant Chris Olivares just reported that the K-9 Bona and U.S. Border Patrol agents working under Operation Lone Star apprehended 7 migrants on a private ranch in Maverick County, including individuals from Mexico, Guatemala, India, Ecuador, and Cuba. Oh, shit. Look at that. Shortly after, 12 more were taken into custody, 6 of them Chinese nationals wearing camouflage clothing. These are not your typical border crossers. Chinese military-aged men entering the United States in tactical gear raises serious national concerns. They are being classified as special interest aliens due to their country of origin and evasion tactics. This comes amid repeat warnings about the large number of military-aged Chinese males crossing illegally into the U.S. What is the CCP intention? Are these reconnaissance, sabotage assets, or part of a larger infiltration strategy? Yes, yes, and yes. Americans must stay vigilant. Our border is not secure, and these incidents are escalating. Hat tip to Arik Chen. Okay? Yeah. And this is also in Chinese, so I appreciate him not, having tribalism. Here's a photo of the Chinese nationals, literally in camo gear. Now, I wouldn't say that this is tactical gear. This is camouflage, not tactical gear. So I want to report this accurately. This is them trying to blend in and evade capture, but still, even being in camouflage is pretty sus, right? So there was a comment under here that I thought was very interesting. This is the CCP's greatest game ever played. How to bring the U.S. down from the inside out. Another WMD, possibly a WMD virus. A lot of you might know China has a very, actually, I think everybody knows. China doesn't have a good track record with viruses. They released one onto the world called COVID. They do a lot of research in Wuhan and other places in China where they test, viruses, strains. A lot of people think that, a nuclear weapon would be like, something that would be smuggled across the border. But it's a lot smaller than a nuke. A vial, right? A culture, something that you can literally fit into your pocket and then release into the United States for a chemical weapons virus or a just anything like COVID on steroids. That would be bad, right? That's why the border is so important. That's why shutting down the border is so important, right? We cannot trust China. And from Karis here, she just kind of made the connection that I've been making, you know, like this isn't my center focal point, but everybody knows I'm very pro-Israel and Jews. I'm very anti-China and Islamic terrorists, right? Kind of makes sense that, you know, it would be really weird if I was both, considering one is trying to kill the other. All right, if you're into Israel advocacy and consider yourself a Zionist activist, you probably consider the Islamic Republic of Iran to be America's greatest existential enemy. I don't. I think it's China. I think Iran is definitely up there, and I think that they're pretty much doing the same thing. But I would say that Iran is a subordinate of China, not the greatest threat. The greatest threat to this country, America, is China. The greatest threat to Israel is Iran, all right? But remember the pyramid. I'm going to have to do this. If you guys want to do this, here, if any of my wonderful fans want to do this for me, because I don't want to. Here's your homework, okay? Let's go full screen for this. I want somebody to do this for me, and then reach out to me on X or Instagram and send this to me, okay? Make me an image, right, of this, but better. Make me a better image of this. I want China right here, right? I want proxies right here, okay? So China, proxies, NGOs, and Podcastistan, right? So China here, and then Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and Russia, others. Russia's more of a partner, but you get it. And then here, NGOs, Code Pink, PLO, Answer Coalition, George Soros, right? George Soros, Singham, right? And then here, Tucker Carlson, and you get it. I want that. I need that image. Somebody do it. Somebody do it and get back to me, because I'll use that image to show people visually what the hell I'm talking about. I'm going to clip that, and I'm going to put that on the internet too. All right. But yeah, let's take a quick look at this article from PragerU. Oh, it's actually a video. How long is it?
When actually he's the one trying to fix the
that's an hour
chaos.
long.
Because the chaos is
Very interested in what's happening around the world. Are the Chinese effectively launching some sort of war against the United States?
almost every American institution has been co-opted to advance China's strategic goals at the expense of America.
Is it possible?
Yeah. Also on this pyramid, make sure you put institute. Make sure you put colleges in this pyramid, right? Colleges, institutions.
That the Iran war is not actually a war between Israel and Iran. Do you think that China is a major contemplation when it comes to the United States getting involved in Iran?
The way you win against a stronger enemy is to fight wars in other domains, non-kinetic war. Vladimir
Yes!
Lenin, who said, we will use the rope that the capitalists sell us to hang them, which is exactly what's happening.
Love it. Love it. Definitely go check this out, because I just from that one, here, we'll repost it. It'll be on my page at the top. All right. So yeah, this is something that we need to keep talking about, because everything's a distraction. You're looking over here. You're looking over here at the Jews in Iran, and and that line that she just said, the non-kinetic, right? Where it's like what Trump is doing is non-kinetic. It is kinetic, but it's not kinetic to China, right? He's taking out China without taking out China, right? He's going after Venezuela. He's going after the NGOs, designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, because the NGOs are the ones that are funding them. They're funding the BLM. They're funding the PLO, the Free Palestine marches, the college institutions. China is putting so much money into our college institutions, right? And that's how their TikTok was a huge win. And people don't even realize the win that TikTok was when we took that out of the hands of China. There's so many moves that Trump and this administration have done, and they all point in one friggin' direction. Pyramid. 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 Make me that. Somebody make this. It's important. All right. But yeah, enough of that. Let's listen to one of my favorite people, Carl. I love Carl. Met him. He's great. He's kind of stupid sometimes, but I like him anyway. Carl and A.G. Dillon are talking about the Colorado, quote, assault weapons ban. And we're going to play this clip, 2 minutes.
If they can ban AR-15s, they can ban any gun they want, and here they are. And Grant v. Lamont, which is the Connecticut version of what you got going on in Colorado, has been relisted for the 12th time by the Supreme Court. They haven't said no, but there's Maryland, California, Colorado now, I believe it's Virginia, and a couple other states, Illinois, that are all saying you can't own AR-15s in these states, and they've all been sued, and it's all waiting to be heard. Why can't the Supreme Court just do this?
Well, I'll tell you why. It's very simple, and one reason when people beat up on me for not going after the nutmeg states, Connecticut's laws, and the reason is we already have a ruling out of the First Circuit in that jurisdiction. So for purposes of Supreme Court jurisprudence, they don't really need multiple cases from a particular jurisdiction or circuit to be able to tee it up for a circuit split. That's the best way to get a case to the Supreme Court. And so what we've been doing at the DOJ is targeting those jurisdictions like Colorado, where there is no ruling in the circuit court. So in that case, the 10th Circuit. I've also argued this particular issue in the 7th Circuit. We're waiting for a ruling for almost a year now over there. And I know it's frustrating, but we don't need this case to be determined and taken up by the Supreme Court for every state. We need the United States Supreme Court to decide the issue. And I think that is absolutely going to happen. It's going to happen soon. We're doing our part at the DOJ to shepherd that along. And, in addition to, the ones that we've done so far, we just filed the first of its kind lawsuit by the United States in D.C. where we amended our attack on their assault weapons, so-called assault weapons ban, by also taking on their suppressor ban in the District of Columbia for law-abiding citizens. So I just heard from a state attorney general earlier today, Harmeet, you need to go a step further. Yes, step by step, we are going to take these things on, but there's a process and there's a method to our way of doing things.
Perfect. So I like how she corrected herself when she said assault, and she goes so-called assault, because, again, there is no such thing as an assault weapon. Assault is an action. Right? It's not a weapon. Assault is something you do to somebody else. Assault. You assault somebody. A inanimate object cannot assault you that we know of. Right? Unless there is some inanimate object that can become sentient. Right? Like an AI, like a weapon, that's like a robot. Right? But as of right now, they can't do that. Okay. I guess the assault weapon would be Elon's freaking karate robot, and I'm still mad about that. If Elon Musk teaches one more robot karate, I'm going to judo chop him in the throat. Stop doing that. Stop teaching robots karate, you psycho. Have you not seen any movie ever? Jeez. But then what if they make a karate robot? Well, shoot it with regular guns. Stop it. All right. So Colorado, what does Colorado have? Colorado does not have a statewide ban on the possession of assault weapons, having failed to pass such legislation in both 2023 and 2024, but they tried. Anytime they try this, by the way, look, let's quickly go to this, right? Virginia assault weapon protest. I believe it was 2020. Okay. there was this perfect. This is a perfect image right here, right? Virginia tried to impose a anti-2A legislation, and 100,000, I believe it was, legal gun owners gathered peacefully outside of the Capitol with their guns strapped to them and stood there. And they said, don't do that, right? This is what you do when they try to take any of your rights to bear arms away. You show them you'll do it anyway, all right? I am not saying that you go there with any intentions of being violent. In fact, I say do the opposite, but you just do this. You just go, I have guns. Let me remind you, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. The right to have weapons on my persons for the purpose of overthrowing a tyrannical government shall not be infringed. You're not allowed to do that, right? You do. We will just very peacefully walk around with our guns. I'm not saying we're going to do anything with them, but you shouldn't touch them. Don't try to do that. That's what you do anytime they try to pass legislation. Anytime they try to pass legislation, that's what you do. And I don't know if they did that in 2023 or 2024 or 2025, but you need to start. You need to start. You need to be very clear that your intention is not violence. Your intention is not going anywhere and firing a gun. And by the way, that was the most peaceful protest like in history. No guns were fired. Nobody was arrested because what the fuck are you gonna do, dude? Sorry. Like, what are you gonna do? Oh, you gonna try to arrest me
in front of the kid with the effing? All you gotta do is say earmuffs.
Comes up and goes,
earmuffs.
Hey, take that gun off. And then like 40 other people go, hey, F you, right? The cop's gonna be like, yeah, you know what, you're right. That's why we have the Second Amendment. All right. But yeah, if you look here, look, Colorado General Assembly, semi-automatic firearms and rapid fire devices prohibit assault weapons in Colorado. They keep trying this. And I just gave you the blueprint on how to stop them. This is how you stop them. Okay? You don't get violent. You get loud with your guns on your persons. You use your First Amendment to fight for your Second Amendment while wearing your Second Amendment. That's how you stop gun laws from being implemented. Virginia, you know what they did? They said, hey, you know what? We're not going to do it. We saw what happened. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. All right. They were like, we thought about it. We thought about it. And you know what? You guys are right. You know what? We thought they even got the pride flag they even got the gay gun owners over there. They got the gay gun owners over there. They were like, even the gays want to keep their guns. I love the gays. The gays are great. The gays are great. They're fine with me. I know I'm a Christian, but as long as they're not trying to, do anything to me, I don't care. Repent, sinner. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's see. 9 a.m. Damn. Another show that just went by super fast.
If they can ban AR-15s, they can ban any gun.
Shut up, Carl. Shut up. I'll text you later. 9 o'clock. That means we are having Sean Farish come up next. I believe he's pre-recorded, and I will be filling in for him tomorrow for the Daily Breakdown in a 2-hour show. So enjoy that, and I will see you then. Peace.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not what would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Ungovernables, the captain's crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation, coming to you pre-recorded today. I know, I'm sorry, I'm pre-recorded.
Who do you think you are?
I'm sorry. From the deep red state of Tennessee, on rumble.com/LFATV, welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Thursday to you. As you all probably know by now, I'm in the city of brotherly love. This is their native language. There it is. There we go. The city of brotherly love. They that's what they do. They boo. They boo all the time up there in Philly. But up there with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the families behind the badge charity remote broadcast this morning, and then tomorrow morning will be a full-blown Fairish Friday from the studios there at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Live again on Monday. Misfit will be covering the hour tomorrow, so you will have a 2-hour edition of Fan Mail Friday with the one and only Misfit Patriot, which, well, I'll tell you what, if I wasn't on the radio, I'd be tuning into that. I'll probably watch it when I'm on the, when I'm waiting for my plane on the way home tomorrow. So, but welcome. We're going to have it's going to be a good show today. Timely stuff. We haven't done an episode like this in a while. Illegal aliens. You know, there's, have you been following Greg Bovino on X? And he was the former Border Patrol chief. And he keeps saying, you know, something that we've been saying for a while. A lot of our problems are downstream of immigration. Specifically, illegal immigration. You've got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I don't know how many it is. Greg Bovino says it could be up to 100 million. I don't know if it's that many. That's a third of the population. But even if it's, let's just say, 40 million. It's a lot of people. 40 million people in this country illegally competing for food with you. They're competing with you for food. They're competing with you for water. They're competing with you for housing. They're competing with you for health care. They're competing with you for other resources. It's a lot of people, guys. It's a lot of people. What do we got going on here? Why is it first time with the hair? Still getting used to this new hat. My friend Seth gifted this to me after the Ken Barrett primary victory. Love it. A lot of our problems in this country can be traced to illegal immigration. And you know me, I'm on this. Yeah, my stance is deport them all, no exceptions. Now, I know that there are varying degrees of the level by which some people want to enforce it. You know, oh, if they've been here for a long time, you know, can we have a little bit of compassion? I say no. You know, that is this Dignity Act thing that's floating through now. I said no. My opinion is no. If you broke the rules, you came here illegally, you entered the country illegally, there's no, you know, slap on the wrist. It's get out. You're getting deported. Now, if you leave on your own without having to make the government chase you down, you'll have the opportunity to come back legally at a later date. But if we got to go in there and throw you in the back of a van and put you in the trumpet pole and fling you across the border, right? No. that ain't going to fly. You're not coming back. Now, there's, this contrived, manufactured controversy around enforcing immigration laws, which shouldn't be controversial at all, especially when you talk about a group, a sample size of, let's say, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million people. And the left loves to say, oh, you're demonizing all of them. No, they're not all bad people. Folks, that does not matter at all. Because if you're dealing with a group of 10 million people, let's just say 10 million, okay? 10 million. If you're dealing with 1% of those 10 million people, that's 100,000 bad hombres. 100,000 people that may rape your child, may break into your home, may kill you or a loved one, may be on government assistance, not paying taxes, and so on and so forth down the line. And that's just assuming that 1% of them is a problem. Now, obviously, you can track that, proportionally. If it's 1% of 40 million, it's 400,000. It's a lot of bad people. And you say, oh, does one bad apple spoil the bunch? In this case, yes. Yes, a few bad apples spoil the whole bunch, 100%. I cannot sit back and say, all right, well, we're just going to let, we're going to let a large portion of these people who broke the law to come here stay. Again, I like to make this analogy. Somebody breaks into your house. They commandeer one of your bedrooms. But they follow all the other laws, right? They follow all the other laws. They pay for their utilities. They pay for their own food. But then they start having kids in your house. But they pay for all that too. They're not looking for you for anything. But they're in your home. And the way they got into your home was by breaking the law. They kicked down your door, and they entered, and they just refused to leave. Are you going to let them stay? The answer is, of course not. The answer is, of course not. So that is what you've got in this country right now. And I understand that there are people who want to be compassionate, and they don't just want to round up everybody and kick them out. And there's a lot of people that you're going to have to do that. It's going to take a long time. Just because it's hard does not mean it should not be done. Okay? I look at it very simply. Was there law breaking involved? Was there illegal activity? The answer is yes. Coming into our country illegally is a violation of the law. Therefore, there should be consequences. Here we all know about the rooster, right? There he is. Nobody's above the law. Nobody. Doesn't matter if that illegal alien's been here for 15 minutes or 15 years. Nobody is above the law. Enforce the laws as they're written, because what happens is once you start granting these exemptions, once you start looking the other way, once you start slowing down, once you start kind of, mass deportations, or maybe we don't want to deport them all. Once you start doing that, you start letting the bad guys slip through the cracks, because not every bad hombre is a bad hombre when they come in. They don't all have criminal records or criminal records that we could find out about. Some of them may pass this whole vetting thing. Oh, we vetted him. He could stay. No. Laken Riley's killer is an example. Didn't have a criminal record before he did what he did, before he murdered Laken Riley. And so on and so forth. You talk about the affordability crisis. You talk about the healthcare crisis. You talk about the housing crisis. It's all downstream of illegal immigration. All of it. And we're going to go through a couple of really nasty stories involving some of these illegals. And I know that the top criticism is going to be, well, you're only highlighting 3 cases. You know, there's so many of them in our country that, you know, you can't let the 3 yes, you can let the 3 cases define your position and say, because it's not, first of all, it's not just 3, right? These are 3 examples of a much larger problem. These are 3 examples that are going to make the case as to why mass deportations are necessary, mandatory. Remember, it's your community stupid, right? It's your community stupid. Do you want to live in a safe community or an unsafe community? Do you want to live in a high crime area or a low crime area? Do you want criminals roaming your streets, especially criminals who are here in this country illegally? That could prey on your children, that could prey on you, that can cause a whole lot of problems in your neighborhood? Or do you not want that in your neighborhood? Everybody, 99% of these people, and it's the Spencer Pratt line of discussion, like anybody who has common sense is going to say, no, get these bad guys out of the community. And if we don't know if you're going to be a bad guy or a good guy, but you're here illegally, you've got to go too. You broke the law. There are consequences for breaking the law. So we're going to get into a ton of that. I've got so many examples of this illegal alien crime. So many examples. We're going to go through them. Some of it may be tough to hear, but it is necessary. Okay? So many examples. We haven't done a show like this in a while about illegal immigration. We would talk about Iran. We would talk about Massey winning primaries, etc. And all that is very important. Okay? But we're going to talk about this now. We've got a new clip from Spencer Pratt. We've got a new clip from Zohran Mamdani. I've got some information about Tulsi Gabbard. But we will get to all that. We'll be centered, focused on the illegal immigration crisis in this country. Now, before we get to all of these disturbing illegal immigration stories, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. That is OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, Oscar, Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, OFP Farms, check it out. Now is the perfect time to stock up on your favorite OFP Farms tallow and goat milk skincare products and save money while you do it. Enjoy 10% off of your entire order with the exclusive code Shawn, SHAWN, at OFPFarms.com, Oscar, Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com. Again, 10% off of some of the best products in the game, including Goat Kisses Lip Balm, which is my favorite OFP Farms product. I know a lot of people love their soaps, love their lotions, love their beard products, all of that stuff. It's all good. There's something for you. There's something for your family in there. OFPFarms.com. Check it out. Their products are farm crafted. They're made in small batches to maintain quality. They use simple ingredients that your skin understands. Not a lot of people do this. You throw all this crap in there, your skin has no idea what to do with it. It's all natural stuff. Your skin understands what's in their products. And it's nourishing skincare that is made right on their farm, and you can bring right into your home. Thousands of 5-star reviews. Check it out on the website, OFPFarms.com. Use the promo code Shawn, SHAWN, for 10% off of your entire purchase. You just saw that on your screen. OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right. Give me a second here. Throat's still giving me problems. Been doing a lot of talking lately. Second show of the day here. And let's roll. Illegal aliens. We're going to start with this article here on Breitbart. An illegal alien has been accused of shooting at random homes, firefighters, and vehicles across Austin, Texas. Remind me again why somebody like this should be allowed to stay in our country. Remind me. The answer is they shouldn't. They shouldn't be here in the first place. They shouldn't be allowed to stay. That's the answer. Okay? That's the answer. An illegal alien is among 3 suspects accused of carrying out multiple random shootings across Austin, Texas, police reveal. Christian Fajardo Mondragon, a 17-year-old illegal alien against whom Immigration and Customs Enforcement has lodged a detainer, was arrested by the Austin Police Department this month and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, and deadly conduct. According to police, Mondragon is one of 3 teens linked to 12 shootings across Austin. The other 2 are 16 and 15 years old, and thus their identities have not been made public. In Austin, this is from an account on X. at Austin Justice. That's the name of the account. In Austin, you can walk your dogs on a quiet Sunday morning and get randomly shot. Quote, I don't know why they would shoot me. Sean Fuentes keeps repeating it from his hospital bed. A car ran a stop sign in southeast Austin, and 3 men opened fire. The first shot dropped him, and he felt the rest hitting the dirt next to his face as the shooters stayed and emptied the clip, trying to execute him. This is the type of person that's in your country, guys. For what reason? Just because they wanted to? Because they can? Police say Mondragon and the other 2 suspects shot at 4 people directly, 5 random vehicles, 3 Austin Fire Department vehicles, 4 random homes, and 2 Austin fire stations. In total, 1 shooting victim remains in critical condition and 3 others have suffered minor injuries. Thank God. That's a miracle. Now, the left would tell you, yeah, no, they're just here looking for a better life. What? What happens if this random gunfire killed a child? What then? Well, white people commit crimes too. That would have been their response. That's their response. Well, American citizens commit crimes too. Not the point. That's not the point. The point isn't that, well, since American citizens commit crimes, it doesn't matter that illegal aliens commit crimes, because here's the one thing that they're all missing. The illegal alien should not be here to commit a crime in the first place. That's the point. That is why every crime committed by an illegal alien after the crime of entering the country illegally is preventable if we just enforce the laws as they're written. Thankfully, right now, looks like one of the victims is in critical condition. The other 3 have minor injuries. Thankfully, it looks like nobody has been killed by this guy. Since linking Mondragon to more shootings in Austin, prosecutors have additionally charged him with theft of a firearm, burglarizing a building, and unauthorized use of a vehicle. I mean, this guy seems like a whole load of trouble. Why on earth would anybody want this guy to stay in your country, in your community? Now, how does this relate to what we've been talking about a lot lately, the midterms and elections? Look, the Republican Party is not perfect. I get it. You don't have to lecture me about, how come you don't go after John? One guy goes, how come you don't go after John Thune all the time? Because John Thune, they were yelling at me over Massey. Oh, you spend all this time attacking Massey. You don't talk about John Thune. I do talk about John Thune, but the reason why I go after a guy like Massey so much is because there's a cult of morons on the internet who think Thomas Massey is some sort of divine figure. And they're convincing other people that Thomas Massey is some sort of divine figure. I don't know. I haven't seen the cult of John Thune out there. We all know he sucks. I've got to convince people that Massey actually sucks. While a bunch of idiots who are falling for a psyop are trying to convince people that Massey doesn't suck. The Republican Party's not perfect. I understand that. I get it. That's why it warms my heart to see Republican voters actually participating in the primaries, because that's how you get these inadequate representatives out. And the senators are, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're primarying us. What do you mean you can't believe it? You guys aren't doing jack, right? What do you mean you can't believe it? This is like some kid at a retail shop, retail store, department store, whatever, who shows up to work every day, sits there and does nothing, listens to music, is texting, is on social media, doing whatever, not doing anything that he's supposed to be doing at work, and then getting fired and going, well, I can't believe they fired me. What do you mean you can't believe they fired you? You are essentially stealing money. You're not doing your job. If you don't do your job, you get fired. The Republican Party is not perfect. I understand that. But at least with Republican leadership, you've seen close to 800,000 Close to 800,000 forced involuntary deportations since Donald Trump has been sworn in. And another about almost 2.5 million self-deportations. That's 3 million people. Now, I get it. If you're dealing with 30 million illegal aliens in this country, let's just say, that's only 10%. I understand that. But you're never going to get rid of all of them, overnight. That's why it drives me crazy when I see tool bags like Owen Schroyer. There's no mass deportations happening. Well, what the hell happened to 3 million people then? Where'd they go? If there's no mass deportations happening, huh? Oh, it's slowing down. Yeah, I know it's slowing down. You got judges that are standing in the way. Fact of the matter is, 3 million people were here in this country a year and a half ago and are no longer here a year and a half later. Where'd they go if mass deportations aren't happening? Or is 3 million not a massive number of people? That's a lot of freaking people, if you ask me. Would I like to see the rate and the number continue to climb a little faster? Yes. Do I understand that there's obstacles in the way? Yes. Look at the case of Kilmore Abrego Garcia. That POS is still here. All right, next one. This one's gross. This one might make a couple people uncomfortable. But we got to talk about it. Illegal alien has been sentenced to 25 years in prison for impregnating a 12-year-old girl in Missouri. It's disgusting. One party wants to leave this guy alone. The other party wants to hold this guy accountable. Who are you voting for? It's very simple. Sean, it's not that simple. It is that simple. It is. This month, illegal alien Brian Escobar Guarnizo of Colombia was handed a 300-month prison sentence, total of 25 years, after pleading guilty to sexual exploitation of a minor in August of 2025. In September of 2024, the Greene County Sheriff's Office arrested Escobar Guarnizo after a woman called police and told them that the illegal alien had impregnated her 12-year-old daughter. 12 years old. What the hell is wrong with these people? And what the hell is wrong with the people who think that, oh, this is not a big problem. We could just, what do you mean? That 12-year-old girl's life is now in shambles. She's freaking pregnant. Oh, this stuff makes me so angry, man. This stuff makes me so angry. Prosecutors later discovered that Escobar Guarnizo had kept photos and messages between himself and the girl that led to a charge of production of child pornography. All right, listen to me. Listen to me real good. I hate to victim blame here. I'm not blaming the child. How is this happening? How is a 12-year-old girl communicating with this guy? Where are the parents in this situation? Guys and gals, I'm not telling you got to be a helicopter parent. I'm not a parent. I'm not telling you how to raise your children. I'm just, please, this could be your 12-year-old girl. Please know what's going on these kids' phones. I don't care if they think you're the worst person on earth. Oh, you're invading my privacy. 12 years old. You're paying for your daughter's phone and the service. You have every right to go in there and make sure she's not talking to some creep. Not for nothing, but even if this wasn't an illegal alien and this was a kid in school who's 14 years old or something, it still shouldn't be happening like that with the pictures. This dirtbag was charged with production of child pornography and sexual exploitation of a minor after he raped and impregnated a 12-year-old girl. 12. DHS spokesperson Lauren Biz said in a statement. Indeed, Escobar Guarnizo entered the United States illegally in 2023 under the Biden administration. And so there's another one that the Democrats and their wide open border and Joe Biden is directly responsible for. A 12-year-old girl's life is never going to be the same because they threw this border open and looked the other way. Well, they're just coming here to have a better life. F them. I don't get to walk into Chase Bank and take every single dollar out of the vault and say, well, I'm just trying to, get a better life, I don't get that luxury. Nor should I. Are you freaking kidding me? Well, it's just one story. No, it's one in 1,000 of these stories. We've been covering it for years. Totally preventable. Absolutely disgusting. I'm going to take a break this up a little bit. I got another one coming up in a second. Then I've got a long list of them as well. I promise, though, I've got a fun story towards the end. It's not fun per se, but we're going to laugh at it. It's a climate change story. America's favorite hoax. This is great. They're trying a new fear-mongering tactic with climate change, and we're going to get to that in just a second. But before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. Most people know that there's chlorine in their tap water, right? It's there. And this is the thing. You smell it, and you go, whatever. It's there. But it's fine. Swimming pool's got it too, right? You drink it anyway. You shouldn't be drinking your pool water. But you shouldn't be drinking chlorinated tap water either, okay? That's the problem. You're told it is what it is. It's what keeps the water safe, right? You got chlorine in your tap water. It keeps the water safe. It keeps it clean. It keeps the bacteria down. No, stop. Don't buy into that. It's not good for you. Cove Pure. What you haven't been told is what chlorine becomes after it's added to your water. And what I found is why we now filter all of our water through Cove Pure. Chlorine itself isn't even the biggest issue. Chlorine levels in your water are regulated. But what's not regulated is the chemicals that form when chlorine reacts with naturally occurring organic matter in your water. Particles from rivers, soil, plant matter, etc. that make it through the treatment process. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs. The government itself calls THMs probable human carcinogens, and they've been linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. And the pitcher filters that you get, I got a pitcher filter, no problem. No, they won't fix it. They'll improve the taste of the water. But THMs require something far more powerful, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. It is not just chlorine or THMs. It's fluoride, it's PFAs, those forever chemicals, pharmaceuticals. If it's not water, Cove Pure takes it right on out. Listen, I love this thing. It's very easy. There's no drilling. There's no plumbing. You just fill up the tank. It does the rest for you. Clean water is one of the best investments you can make for you and your family's health. And because I've partnered with Cove Pure, they're giving you $250 off if you use my link. Go to covepure.com/Sean right now. That is COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. Don't wait and keep drinking that nasty chlorinated water. Having those chemicals mix with each other and cause all sorts of problems in your body. Don't wait. Covepure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. Just so you know, when I was a kid, I used to be a little bit of a menace, right? A little bit. I used to take, fertilizer, chlorine, stick it in a plastic water bottle, tighten it up. I was rubbing alcohol and chlorine, I think. Not fertilizer and chlorine. That can cause a big problem. Rubbing alcohol and chlorine, and it causes this big reaction. Boom! That's the problem. I'm not saying you're going to explode. But, the chlorine can react negatively with a lot of different compounds and cause a problem for you. You don't want to deal with that. All right, on to the next illegal alien story. It's just another nasty one. Here we go. You ready for this one? This will make you uncomfortable, too. An illegal alien has been sentenced to 50 years in prison for creating CSAM, child sexual abuse material, with his niece and nephew in California. California, you say? No, this would never happen in a sanctuary state. Except it did. An illegal immigrant in California has been sentenced to 50 years in federal prison for child pornography offenses against his own niece and nephew. To make matters worse, his niece has special needs. There's a special place in hell for people like this. One of the reasons why I don't like doing this type of show all the time is because it really gets me mad. And I don't want to sit here and just scream the whole time, right? But at the same time, it's got to be talked about. People have to know the pain that this illegal immigration crisis is causing so many American families. Angel Emilio Rodriguez Marroquin. Uh-oh! That's a four-bagger. A Guatemalan citizen living in the United States without legal status was taken into custody on November 22nd, 2025 by HSI agents operating out of Los Angeles. He was charged for creation and possession of child sexual abuse material. Rodriguez Marroquin pleaded guilty in this case involving both his 8-year-old nephew and his 8-year-old niece who has special needs. Freaking kidding me. This is just ridiculous that we even have to deal with this. Guatemalan authorities are also pursuing a parallel child exploitation investigation against the same guy, according to the Department of Homeland Security. A 600-month prison sentence was handed down May 18th, 2026. Quote, this depraved illegal alien from Guatemala pleaded guilty to producing and possessing child pornography, which included footage of him assaulting his own nephew and niece with special needs, said Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biz. This monster would not have been in our country in the first place if it weren't for the Biden administration's disastrous open borders that released him into our country. Thanks to ICE law enforcement officers, this creep is behind bars, and after he serves his time, he will be removed from our country. I mean, I think that someone like this should just right between the eyes. What's the point? Can you tell I'm in a bit of a mood? You're creating child sexual abuse material with a girl who has special needs. What rehabilitation is there even left? I don't know. Go straight to the wood chipper if you ask me. All right. This happened in Los Angeles. And we will get to a little bit more from LA in a second. I do want to go through, I told you about this account that I love on X. It's Illegal Alien Crimes. So we're going to go through 25 of the cases that have come to light as of May 24th, 2026. Montgomery County, Virginia, a man on an immigration detainer has been arrested for strong-arm rape. Los Angeles County, California, an illegal alien used his nephew and disabled niece for child porn. That was the story that we just talked about. Miami-Dade County, Florida, man on a detainer gave a 14-year-old an STD. An STD. Travis County, Texas, 2 of 3 arrested for shooting spree ID'd as illegal aliens. Broward County, Florida, a man on a detainer arrested for a double shooting. Greene County, Missouri, illegal alien accused of fathering a child with a 12-year-old. We talked about that one a little bit earlier today, too. 12 years old. 12 years. And that one really gets me mad because it was preventable on 2 fronts. What is your 12-year-old girl doing communicating with some guy? How do you not know about this? And why is this guy in the country? He came here illegally. He came here under Biden. Davidson County, Tennessee. We used to live there. Man on a detainer arrested for attempted murder. San Joaquin County, California. Illegal alien truck driver accused of killing 2. Chatham County, North Carolina. Man on a detainer accused of kidnapping and raping a 13-year-old. Harris County, Texas. Man on a detainer arrested for double murder. Hillsborough County, Florida. Man on a detainer arrested for sex crimes. Marion County, Indiana. Man on a detainer arrested for a fatal crash. Maricopa County, Arizona. Illegal alien arrested for a crash that killed his daughter. Atlantic County, New Jersey. Illegal alien arrested for a fatal shooting. Franklin County, Virginia. An illegal alien arrested for rape and child porn. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Man on a detainer arrested for murder of a baby. A baby! Fresno County, California, illegal alien arrested for 4-year-old's hit and run. Martin County, Florida, illegal alien arrested for sexual assault of a 12-year-old. Travis and Bastrop County, Texas, illegal alien arrested for women's murders. Monmouth County, New Jersey, man on a detainer arrested for violent carjacking. Nassau County, New York, that's Long Island, illegal alien arrested for a series of arson fires. Dallas County, Texas, 2 illegal aliens arrested for murders of unborn children. Broward County, Florida, a woman on a detainer arrested for a crash that killed 2. St. Louis County, Missouri, 2 illegal aliens arrested for torturing babies. In Tulsa County, Oklahoma, man on a detainer accused of using his car as a weapon. It's 25 of them. Here's one that happened last week in Polk County, Florida. Salomon Silverio Saturnino was arrested for use of a computer to lure a child, traveling to meet after using a computer to lure a child, and lewd and lascivious conduct, and more. He's got an immigration detainer. Hanover County, North Carolina, this past Sunday, an illegal alien, Oscar Orlando Benedict Romero, that's a 4-bagger, was arrested for indecent liberties and statutory rape of a 16-year-old girl. According to court records, he has a removal order from 2023. One more. Jasper County, Indiana. Esley Isay Fuentes Sanabria, 4-bagger, is accused of disregarding a stop sign before striking a motorcyclist, Randy Sizemore, killing him before fleeing from the scene. Fuentes Sanabria has been interviewed by ICE and an immigration detainer hold has been placed on him. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. Guys, I just read a list of like 30 just in the past week. 30 crimes committed by illegal aliens. Not just, this isn't like they walked into a 7-Eleven and stole a candy bar, which is not okay. But this isn't like whatever. All right, that illegal alien was just jaywalking. No. Raping 12-year-olds, impregnating a 12-year-old, torturing babies, killing people on the road, random shootings, C-Sam with his special needs niece. I mean, folks, how can anybody look at these stories and say immigration is not my top concern? How? Okay, I'm going to give you 2 options. Number 1, you can address this problem head on and go after every illegal alien in this country and get them out of here. Or number 2, you can allow this to happen, right? We always do this. I talk about this all the time. And there's still a lot of people. I don't know if it's I don't know what it is. I don't know what the mindset. Just, when it comes to problematic people, this is what I get a lot. Just ignore them. Candace, just ignore her. We tried that. It didn't work. Just like ignoring a leak in your roof isn't going to work to fix the leak. Just like ignoring a flat tire isn't going to work to fix the flat tire, okay? Ignoring problems, I don't know what's going on with my hair today. Ignoring problems does not make the problem go away. That's a fact. You could have a burst pipe and you could ignore it as hard as you want. The pipe's still going to be burst. Period. You can't ignore these things away. I know there are other issues in the country. This is what I just spent 40 minutes doing with you is reinforcing why it is my top issue. Issue number 1 for me, and it has been for a long time, has been immigration, especially between 2021 and 2025. And the last 40 minutes is why. If we continue to look, and I'm not saying we can't walk and chew gum. I'm not saying it has to be the only issue. I'm not saying we have to be single issue people here. I am making the case that this should be the top issue. And those 30 stories that I just talked about with you, that's why. How many more 12-year-olds need to be impregnated by these animals? How many more special needs victims need to be used in the production of child sexual abuse material with these animals? How many people need to be killed on the road because of these animals? How many murders do there need to be? How many more shootings do there need to be? How many more communities need to be victimized? How much more of this is it going to take until we decide this is the hill to die on? It is the hill of illegal immigration. And every time we start down the road of ICE, they go nuts to left. That should show you this is their number one pain point. They don't want to get rid of these people because they have this whole, replacement plan, and we know about it. It's not a theory anymore. It's a process, and they're doing it in real time. That's why when I see people hyperventilating over the Epstein files, I'm like, okay, it's important, yes. But it is not as important as the immigration crisis in our country. It just isn't. Yes, we can walk and chew gum. That's when I see people, we're in a war with Iran. Okay, I get it. I'm not happy that this thing is still dragging on either. But in my opinion, it should be the top issue in this country right now, illegal immigration and getting all of these illegal aliens out of here. Because some of them that are here, we don't know about it. They don't have a criminal record. They're not on the radar yet. And then it takes a 12-year-old getting impregnated for them to wind up on the radar. Now we go get them. How about we get them before they do that? Save some people the trauma. Save some people's lives. Increase the quality of life of everyday Americans who are dealing with this garbage roaming their community. Yes, garbage. Don't dehumanize them. I'll dehumanize whoever the hell I want. You rape a 12-year-old, I'm going to dehumanize you. I don't even think you should still be breathing in the same air I breathe. How about that? You impregnate a 12-year-old, you should be shot and killed. That's what I think. I mean, is it extreme? Yeah, but so is impregnating a 12-year-old. You think that person's going to be rehabilitated in prison? No. And they're going to tear that guy up. I don't like that stuff in jail. All right. We're going to pivot away from the illegal aliens, okay? We're going to get to a word from our friends at Silent. And then, because he has been so entertaining, he has been very inspiring, and we can learn from him. I'm going to give you a nice 3-minute clip from Spencer Pratt about the homeless problem in Los Angeles. Guys, I'm not telling you that he's going to win. I'm telling you that he's got a better shot than any other non-Democrat running in Los Angeles in recent memory. That's number one. And number two, even if he doesn't win, you can learn so much from the way he is running this campaign, the way he is approaching this. He is coming at it from a human perspective. It's not forced. It's not focus grouped. It's not scripted. It's not, this canned response. This is just him speaking from the heart, and I love it. I love it. So we're going to play that in just a second. But first, a word from our friends over at Silent. That is slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, guys and gals, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, and those crazy cyber criminals, everybody is fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your freedom, you can protect your family, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in one of Silent's Faraday sleeves, and it is off the grid, completely silent, invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean. That is Sierra Lima November Tango.com/SHAWN to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos and go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Okay, we talked about a bunch of the illegal alien crime that's happening in Los Angeles. Right? We talked a lot about that's happening in the country. We talked a lot. There were a couple of those stories that were from LA. And now I want to get to who should be the next mayor of Los Angeles, Spencer Pratt. It's going to be a very tough battle for him to win. That primary is on June 2nd. That is next week. Next Tuesday, as a matter of fact. He's got to finish in the top 2 to advance to the general election, basically the runoff in November. This guy is doing everything right. He is running his campaign as close to perfect as possible. It's 3 minutes. It's a long clip, but I promise you it'll go by fast. And for those of you, maybe you're running for office, maybe you're thinking of running for office, maybe you're helping somebody run for office, watch this and take notes. This is how it's done. Spencer Pratt being interviewed by, I think it's local media. Just facts. Straight facts, blunt force truth, and common sense. Watch.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts. Most of these people are addicted to fentanyl and meth. This isn't Spencer making it up.
Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They are choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen. They want to have animals to abuse. This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our city is perpetuating. We've paid $24 billion to house these 40,000 people. There are spots for all of these people. They are choosing because they're an addict, and you can do fentanyl and super meth on the sidewalk with no repercussions. These places are not as they have to follow some rules. You can't torture a dog in some of these houses. You can't just attack people. You can't just be naked.
Where are you going to move?
Well, I just released a 9-minute video, so you can.
I think I saw your video.
Yeah, so it's very detailed.
But it's going to take time to build the facility and money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
These people can literally. I went to Washington and I saw miles of the most insane prefabricated housing and building. I asked all the CEOs of these companies, say, how long does this take? I met with FEMA and HUD, 3 days. 3 days. And all of this is cheaper than trying to take over, kick senior citizens out of their buildings. This is what happens. They kick them out, and then the NGOs come in and they spend 4 years. This is LA. This is LA's timetable.
Where is this facility going to be?
It's on beautiful federal land property.
Where, in LA County?
Well, when I'm mayor, I'll go meet with the federal government and I'll get the property. Right now, I'm just running, so I can't give you the exact address because I don't have the legal responsibility to go represent Los Angeles and say, can I have this land? But when I'm mayor, I promise you, because we have the Olympics coming and everybody in the government wants LA to be the #1 most beautiful city, they will work with me to give me the land I need.
So you're going to move these 40,000 people somewhere and you're going to have this facility up in, you said how long?
Here's what you got to realize.
90 days?
Let me explain something. These 40,000 people, 60% of them, City Watch just announced this week, are not from Los Angeles. They're not from California. These people have been bussed in by scam rehabs, scam NGOs, scam homeless nonprofits. Yeah. These people, when I unplug them and say, we're not taking our tax money anymore, they're all going to Seattle where the mayor will welcome them. These are products to a lot of people. So the people that want to keep doing drugs and live on the sidewalk, a lot of these people are going to leave. The other ones, there's a lot of criminals. There's people that are getting naked in front of kids. They're going to jail. The people that are torturing animals, they're going to jail. So not everyone goes in the same box. So we have the money, we have the resources, and we have the facility.
I mean, that is just how it's done. You would think this guy had a career in politics. You don't need a career in politics to just use common sense. Matter of fact, it's better if you don't have a career in politics because everything that happens in the political scene is anti-common sense. I don't know. Maybe he could be the Giuliani for LA. Giuliani didn't have a shot in hell either when he first started running, and he built a coalition and he got in. How much is he going to be able to do with a pesky city council there if he gets in? I don't know, but it's better than what they got going on now. He's got a plan. He knows his stuff, and he's not making any of it up. You're going to tell what? You say Spencer Pratt's wrong, that these folks who are doing drugs in Los Angeles actually want to go to the shelter? He's saying they don't want to go into these shelters. They have the room. They can house them. They don't want to be housed because when they're in the shelters, as Spencer Pratt said, they can't do fentanyl. They can't torture animals. They can't do all the crap that they're doing on the street. And then when you talk about that, he said, what, I think 40% or 60%, they're not even from Los Angeles. They got to go. Man, if Los Angeles knows what is good for them, they will vote for this guy. But if he doesn't win, we can still learn a ton from how he's running his campaign. And in a purple area, maybe it's a lean blue, maybe it's a solid blue. Los Angeles is a deep blue area. It's a tough place to flip if you're not a Democrat. But if you take this model, the Spencer Pratt model, and you apply it in swing districts when it comes to congressional campaigns or mayoral campaigns and things like that, you will see great results. We could learn a lot from what he's up to, and he's doing a lot of things right. And if that's all we get from this campaign, it was worth it. All right, here's a quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. All right, we'll go to the other side of the country right now. Zoran Mamdani talking about, well, I don't know. I'll let you listen to this.
When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves.
Right. Okay. What does that sound like to you guys and gals? Sounds to me a lot like the government's going to start confiscating private property. Oh, we're going to give it to the community. Oh, we're going to give it to the tenants. No, you're not. Someone's going to have to maintain it. The community. So let me ask you a question. Who maintains a public park? Who maintains a public park? Do you? When you walk around the park, you go for a walk on a trail, or you take your dog out there, you ride your bike through there. Do you maintain the park? No, you don't. Your taxes pay for somebody to maintain the park. Who is it? It's the government. Oh, you're going to give these buildings to nonprofits. Yeah, right. Yeah, because we could trust them. Nonprofits have never done anything shady, ever, never. And they would never do such a thing in New York City, deep blue New York City. No, of course not. Especially not when a socialist revolution is underway. No. Man, I expected things to go bad in New York City. I didn't expect them to go this bad this quickly. That's what he's saying. He's going to take buildings away from landlords and, we're going to give them to the people. No, you're not. The people aren't going to touch it. The people are going to be in there. The government's going to run it. They're going to seize it. Communism's coming awful quick. All right, I promised you something fun towards the end, so here we go. There's a new fear-mongering. I don't know how hard they're going to push this, but I read this the other day because I get some science things on my Google when I go onto my Google, right? And I see all this stuff on there. I get a lot of science suggestions. I like space and all this.
Google what they said.
Yeah, Google what they said. Google. So this is a bizarre story. More fear-mongering over climate change, right? Something unprecedented is now happening to Earth's rotation, according to scientists. This is from the article from BBC's Science Focus. Climate change is showing Earth's spin. Climate change is slowing Earth's spin, and there's nothing quite like it in 3.6 million years. According to a new study, the rate at which our days are lengthening is now unprecedented. The findings show that as polar ice sheets and glaciers melt as a consequence of climate change, scary, water that was once locked up at high altitudes flows into the oceans and spreads towards the equator. This shifts mass away from the Earth's poles, and like a figure skater, extending their arms in mid-spin slows the rotation. Previous studies had already shown that climate change was having strange effects on our planet's spin. Now the team from the University of Vienna and ETH Zurich have looked back through geological time to ask whether anything like today's rate of change has happened before. The answer is no. So you mean to tell me that maybe we'll get like an extra hour of the day? I know I'm going to nap. Give me a break. Oh, the planet's going to slow down. It's going to lengthen our days. They used seashells to tell the time. The current rate of climate-driven day lengthening, 1.33 milliseconds per century. Come on. How many times have we heard that the polar ice caps melting is going to bring about the end of the world as we know it? QREM, right? Give me it. Come on. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. It's going to be...
Don't fall for it.
Don't. If you fall for it...
You are not a smart person.
You're not a smart person. The Earth's rotation is slowing down. Oh my gosh, we're going to have longer days by 1.3 milliseconds per century. I mean, I could use a longer day. Give me a little bit more time to get some of my work done. All right. Thank you so much for watching and listening. As I said earlier at the beginning of the show, Misfit will be taking my hour tomorrow on Friday. I'll be back live. Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Have a great rest of your Thursday. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a happy rest of your Thursday. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome, you're locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/LFATV. We are also simulcasting over on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching today. I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of this show, live from America. And my name is Jeremy Herrell. Some of you might know me as the Hip Hop Patriot from my former days. But we are broadcasting live from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. And as always, please let me introduce to you the guy to my left, the guy to my right. Frankie's not here, but Eli is, and he's the most bass producer in the game, so give him some love.
Damn Skippy I am. What's going on, Patriots? It's time to hit the rumble button. It's time to hit the share button. It's time to rile up the trolls in the YouTube channel. So let's get to it, baby.
It's not a day if you don't give the trolls a way to complain. Scotty in the building. Hey, I want to give a big shout out here to Fins Up. Fins Up is in the building. How are you? Hey, Vicky, Victoria, God bless you. Thank you for sticking around today. Thank you for the news yesterday about one of our very own here. Amanda Collins, Scotty, Big Mama Campbell. Shannon is in the building. How are you, Shannon? Khaki Danny is here. Barb Naylor, Carver Jerry, Boomba. We've got Fun Mom here. GR Messick is in the building. And one more here on Rumble before we go over and give some shout-outs on YouTube. Liddy's mom, thank you for watching. Let's go over to YouTube. Let's see what we got going on over here. We've got the Circle Keeper watching. How you doing? Good to see you. Stephen Bryant, Robo is here. Jason is in the building. Thank you very much, you guys, for being here. SG is in the live chat over there. Caroling Christ, and let's see, let's give it to one more. How about Jeff D. and Sheila? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Very, very honored to have you guys all here today. We have a lot of news to go through, especially some big news concerning a federal judge upholding President Trump's, at least for now, upholding President Trump's executive order on tightening the mail-in ballots for to keep them away from illegal aliens. So that's a big one. And basically what the judge did was decline to stop it. We'll get into that. Obviously, more redistricting of the maps in different states are being upheld, which is even greater. We've got birthright citizenship and same-day voting getting ready to come down from the Supreme Court. I'm sure we'll hear a ruling on those very shortly as now people are starting to talk about what their expectations are based on oral arguments. We're going to be talking about that. The big news of the day, Jill Biden says that she thinks that her husband, Joe, Captain Corn Pop, is a bad dude. He had a stroke, she says, or at least in her opinion, thought that he might have had a stroke on the debate stage with President Trump. So we've got to talk about that. Obviously, Joe Biden is suing the DOJ and the administration for information that I think the whole country should have based on Joe Biden's, cognitive levels of, at that time and how he wants to keep these recordings and a lot of this information away from the public because it's going to show that he wasn't in his right mind. It'll also back up President Trump's executive order on his auto pen pardons. So much going on here on this Thursday on LFA TV. If you are tuning in for the first time, or maybe over on YouTube, you are definitely watching for the first time since, us being over there is still new. LFATV.us, that is the official website here. LFATV.us, that's where you can go and get everything live from America, including newsletter, updated and current news, shop on our store, of which we have some new items coming very soon. That is where you can become a one-time or a monthly donor directly to us here at LFA TV, a partner, if you will. And that's where you can go and watch shows, past shows, and where you can watch some past short clips. So your one-stop shop. Also, do not forget Patriot Pals. Patriot Pals has an official Facebook page, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this link. I'm going to put this right now into our Rumble chat. So if you're in the Rumble chat, there you go right there. And I would like everybody, if you could, I just put it in the Rumble chat, if everybody could go click that and go and follow the Patriot Pals page. I'm sure you have a youngster in your family that could benefit from Patriot Pals. Last week, we talked about American inventors. This week, we're going to be talking about Americans in, I guess our nonstop desire would be a better word, a desire to continue to reach the stars. So all of our inventions, all of our ingenuity, everything all rolled into one to create flight from Orville and Wilbur Wright all the way to Elon Musk. And so we're going to be talking about that this week. Patriot Pals, we're looking to grow that Facebook page, so definitely go over and give it a follow. Share it with your friends, your family, homeschool networks, and more. And last but not least, don't forget we also have the audio podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, where you get both Rise Up and Live from America every single day. That's 5.5 hours of content right there for you to listen to, okay? Here's where we're going to get started today. Yesterday, I showed you basically a slap in the face from people like Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the likes of those people. Now, I am not here to tell you that people are not entitled to a vacation. They absolutely are. And if you work in Congress, I imagine your stress and anxiety levels are through the roof. So I'm not here to dunk on people taking a vacation. But that's not what these guys are doing. That's not what Massey and MTG are doing. They are rubbing their treachery in the face of every single hardworking American who had voted for them in the past, who had donated to them in the past, who had supported them in the past, who were supposedly supposed to represent their constituents and what they voted for them to do. Both of these individuals walked away from those promises to their constituents, turned their back on their voters of their state, and literally tried to tear down an entire movement on their way out to Costa Rica. Now, I don't know what the validity is of Marjorie Taylor Greene and the claim that she bought a house in Costa Rica. I'm assuming she did based on what I've seen and what I've read. But either way, the fact that these guys are down there and they're just looking like nothing's ever happened is a slap in the face to everybody who voted for them. And I'm not even talking about MAGA as a whole. Good riddance to bad rubbish, right? But I guess this is a sign of what not to be. If you give a promise and you stand by the people that voted for you, then you're supposed to have a little bit more integrity than these people here. That's all I'll say.
Here's our ride.
Less than 24 hours, they landed in Liberia.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Let me get out of the way.
Nice one.
Yeah, very good. Real very good.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great fish.
Checks out.
Again, my problem here isn't
Never
people
know when it's going to happen.
taking a vacation.
Really
Not at all.
No idea when it's going to happen.
It would be like the equivalent of me making millions of dollars off of you bankrupting some people, taking everything they ever had for promises that I would fight for you.
Whoa.
And then tomorrow, you see me say, screw all of you, screw everything that Trump did. I'm out. And I quit my show that we all built together, and I go to Costa Rica, and I post videos and just having a blast. That, to me, is what it's the equivalent of.
Yeah.
I could never do that. I can't understand how people can. No remorse. Look at that. That was awesome. Here we go, Thomas. Yay, we did it. She even said yay. Yeah, give me some thumbs up, bro. Give me some fists. Yeah, fist me, bro, is what Thomas Massey would say.
80 pounds?
This is what pisses
pounds?
me off.
You can tell. How you feel? Good.
Yeah.
That was about 5 minutes of good fight. 5-minute fight.
You had him on the hook for 8.
Now, Belinda, I just want to stop this real quick. Belinda says, we need to look away. This is clickbait. NASCAR Mo says, why are you wasting our time? Sorry you feel that way. But I'm showing you this because this is what politicians do. This is why we need regular, everyday people to run, everyday people to help with campaigns, everyday people to knock on doors for other people that have integrity. This is not integrity. This right here is to show you what to not vote for in the future. Now, I know you couldn't have known this years ago, but we've known about Marjorie and Thomas for years at LFA TV. And it's just a kick in the face to a lot of people. That's all.
Yeah, he was out. You troll the ocean for 4 hours and you never know when you might get it. You're the one that said, let's just go a little bit further. You never know. That's why they call it fishing. They don't call it catching.
And the other reason I'm showing this is because of this. Stop right there. He said, unlike my election. And then she goes, well, you know. And she goes, well, there could be more. This is why I'm showing you. Both of them have left the door open to run for another seat somewhere. Maybe Senate, maybe governor. You need to know who these people are because they're not done. And when they come back to office, which they will, when all this blows over, probably around the 2028 season, their voters, their supporters and their followers, they are doing everything they can to get these people, to get these two to come back and run for something. Governor, president, vice president, whatever. And that's their right to do so. But you need to know who these people are so that they can never come back and wiggle their way in ever again. It's almost like the woke right. We told them they were never allowed back in MAGA ever again. Neither are these guys.
That was great.
So, as I don't know about you. I know some people here don't care. I know some people say, this is not news. I don't care. All this is social media. I get that, 100%. And a portion of me agrees with you. But the political side of me, and looking into the future, and already having a plan for 2028, and you got these two who do have a lot of support out there and a lot of money coming in their way, they could do some serious damage and split the Republican vote. And they do it by demonizing the movement that they were a part of. And now some people go, well, they left for a reason. Maybe President Trump shouldn't have done what he did to them. I look at it as the other way around. So, long story short, beware of rhinos. Or in this case, full-blown leftist tards. Eli, I'll give you anything you'd like to say on that because, I mean, as somebody who's been now in this for years with me, and you see that after everything that we've went through, and I know you're a lot less political than I am as far as like the way you eat, sleep, and breathe, But what does that do for you? When you see that, what do you feel?
Irritation, betrayals, to a certain degree, hypocrisy, of course, because they give Trump I hope this is a fair comparison, but it's every time Trump gets out on the golf, Trump's playing golf, Trump's playing golf. We'll give these people crap too. Then if you're gonna be mean to one, be mean to the other.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. That's where I am. But you know what we can do? We can pray for these individuals. As mad as we are at people like this who took so, and I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to go off on a little weave here real quick if I can. Marjorie was my friend. I've never met Thomas Massey, never. So I really, other than a political opinion or a stance on him, I really don't have much other than what you have. But I was actual friends with Marjorie, not somebody I knew. Not somebody that would come on the show once in a while if I reached out to her people. I'm talking about back before she was a congresswoman. When she was just making waves on the internet as being a housewife, a woman in America who supported President Trump when they were trying to get the women vote away from Trump in 2016. We were on each other's streams. We went and did events together. We fought on the streets together. And I know people that gave her tens of thousands of dollars. I know people who are now in their retirement ages, but weren't 10 years ago, that over the last 10 years gave Marjorie Taylor Greene probably upwards of $100,000. And I have people that still message me today that say, had I not given Marjorie so much money to keep her in that fight because she was our voice, she was one, very powerful MAGA woman voice that we had. Had I not given her that $100,000 over time, and had I put it towards something else or kept it myself or put it in the bank, I'd be a lot better off in my life right now. That bothers me. I'm sorry, but that bothers me. So, when I see this stuff, I take it a little bit more personal, because it's like it's like your brother turning on you, So anyway, pray for him, right? Which leads me to prayer. Let's do that now. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we also pray for those who used to be close with us, by our side, preached the gospel along with us, fought back evil and political criminality in this country. They've lost their way, but we pray for them to come back. We pray for the Lord to reach out and to open your arms to them again. Don't turn your face from them. You tell us to pray for our enemies, and we take a lot of this stuff personal, Lord, so we just pray for patience ourselves and for forgiveness towards these individuals. In Jesus' name, amen. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I'll tell you that. Folks, we got about 3,200 people watching here on Rumble live. How are we doing over there on YouTube? What do we got? About 75 people watching over there. So thank you very much. Do me a favor, guys. Whether you love us or whether you hate us, bring in more patriotic people or bring in more people that hate us. We don't care. Everybody's welcome. Let's ride. Pick up your cups, and let's have our first slurp of the day. Instead of going to a break in the beginning, we'll get right into the first and foremost section, which is this. Anybody who lives in Oregon, there's a petition right now to ban hunting and fishing in Oregon, and it has reached the threshold to be able to be on the ballot this fall. Is the entire state of Oregon lost? I don't know. I don't live in Oregon. Do we have any Oregonites? That'd be what you're called in the live chat. This has got to be an unconstitutional law if it becomes law that to ban hunting and fishing. I don't think you could do that. But here we are. Back in February, there was a petition that started gaining some steam and started to be circulated by progressives in Oregon to essentially ban hunting and fishing in the entire state. Now, you're talking, or Oregonians. Okay, there you go, Oregonians. Now, you're talking a state that's got, it's got a lot of real estate. It's a big state. It's a Northwest state. You know there's a lot of hunting and fishing going on up there, and you're going to ban it? The progressives in the state have got enough steam now where that will be on the ballot. And I don't trust anything up to a ballot. It's like in MMA or boxing. Never leave it to the judge, right? You're going to leave it to the ballot in a world where all voting is rigged in some way, shape, or fashion at a large or a small scale. And the reason why is because of this. They're trying to ban the killing of animals in the state. So this would not only affect hunting, but also the raising of animals for food. Again, it will be challenged, but the fact that it even has to be, that people have to spend time, money, effort, hours in court, hours away from their families to fight something this stupid. So I can't hunt, I can't fish, and I can't raise my own food with livestock. You know what that tells me? Remember back when the food processing plants were burning up and exploding every week? Remember when trains were derailing every week into our nation's streams, ponds, rivers, and lakes? Eli, you and I covered that more than anybody on the internet. I think we ended up stopping at 240, but every time there was a new train derailment that leaked chemicals into drinking water, or every time there was another food processing plant or a chicken egg plant or farm, anything that it would explode or somehow collapse or be, caught on fire, whatever. I think we counted 240 of them. But my question to you is, Eli, why isn't it happening now?
Yes, excellent question. Actually, it's an even better question now. Because Trump's in control, you would think they would actually start doing it again. So, yeah, excellent question.
It's pretty amazing, isn't it? That there was dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of these things happening all the time. Train derailments were happening every week. I told you back then. Control the food, control the water, control the diseases and the pathogens, control the very air you breathe with their green initiatives everywhere. You literally own the world. Nobody can stop you. You can do population control, whether it's growth or reduction, anytime you want. To me, this is just another attempt not to save animals, not something like Teddy Roosevelt set out to do, to preserve lands and animals. This is to stop you from being able to rely on yourself to eat, to live off grid. I think most states it's even illegal to live off grid nowadays. So here we are. And do you know, if this were to somehow pass, do you know what the next step is going to be? They're going to say that plants are alive and that you cannot harm the plants, as it's got to be some eco issue, or it's a rare bean, or it's a rare potato, and we've got to preserve this. You cannot grow plants, vegetables, because plants are alive and you're killing them. I know that sounds crazy, but they want you to rely on them. 15-minute cities, anyone? Smart cities, anyone? Remember those? It is so that they control everything. You don't have to leave this little 15-mile radius here. You could stay right in this city. We will provide all of your nutrition that you need. check out our state-run grocery stores. Check out our city-run convenience stores. That's right, the bananas have mold and half the shelves are empty. IP28 in Oregon. I need all Oregonians and anyone who has family in Oregon. Hell, any just red, white, and blue-blooded American. IP28, IP-28 would make it illegal to injure or kill animals and would effectively ban hunting, fishing, and the breeding of animals under animal cruelty. The Measure Initiative Petition 28, that's what it is, IP Initiative Petition, has garnered over 120,000 signatures, more than roughly 117,000 it needs to go to vote in November. And that was reported by the Oregonian. Along with banning hunting and fishing, the legislation would also prohibit slaughtering any livestock and using animals in rodeos and for scientific research. It would. I wonder if they told Tony Fauci that. I wonder if they told Shri, what's that guy's name, Eli? That guy that looks like he's got a wet raccoon dead living on the top of his head. Shri Longada or whatever the hell his name is. I mean, I wonder if he's got that memo.
Jeremy, I am so sick and tired. I am so sick and tired to all the gods of the spaceships in India. His name is Sri Thanadar. Sri, say it with me now, Sri Thanadar. And he's fighting for, I don't know what he's fighting for, but he wants you to know that he's here.
Hey, Eli, I got something for you. I got a joke for you. Ready? Ready? If Indians, and not the Indian, we're talking about the Indians that you're talking about right now. If Indians, this is my daily racial joke, ready? If Indians had a dating site, what would it be called?
Oh, I'm racking my brain, but I don't know.
Connect the dots.
Sign up today and see if we can find a dot for you.
We're connecting dots all over the world, and today we will connect the dot with you. That's a pretty good joke, right? There's nothing wrong with that. They got the dot, so you connect them. Boom, matchmaker.
Honestly, dude, it would actually be a really cool ad too. You show like pictures of the whole Earth and like red dots shooting across the entire connecting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, connect the dot. Hey, Eli, I told Sabrina that I did the joke about the pepper spray with the Asian, and she's like, babe, come on. She's like, you have so many people who watch you that are Asian. I said, and they probably laughed. And then a little later, we were watching a video of how these metal rims, these steel rims were made over in Southeast Asia. And like, there's no OSHA there, I can tell you that. It's pretty rugged. But the guy that was doing the turning of the lathe, he was Asian. And my wife said to me last night, she goes, is he even able to see? And she was actually asking a real question because it looked like his eyes were closed. And I said, see, babe, told you. They are protected more than we are when they get pepper sprayed. It's a fact.
I know how you guys feel. I'm on that same level. You see how tiny my eyes are? I got teensy tiny eyes. I get it.
You know, you still round eye. It would also prohibit, getting back to the story, Eli, we went off on a weave there. We started talking about animal rights, cruelty, started talking about Sri Thanadar, then connect the dots, then racism, and now we're back to the IP28. LFA TV, everyone. Enjoy.
That wasn't a weave. That was a curve.
That was a curry weave. That's right. It would also prohibit operating a commercial poultry business and, ready for this, castrating or neutering livestock, among other practices. I guess a Muslim can't live there. Hunting advocates say the legislation misses the mark by a mile. Quote, it's an all-out assault on Oregonians' way of life. Gubernatorial candidate Senator Christine Drazen told the Statesman Journal, quote, it criminalizes ranchers, farmers, meat producers, and threatens to kill thousands of jobs. It would mean the end of hunting and fishing in Oregon. Killing not only traditions and ending access to an essential source of food, you know, the main thing, but butchering natural resource-based industries that support hunting and fishing, she said. How many people from out of state go to Illinois to hunt deer? Imagine if Illinois did this, which they probably would because Illinois is crazy, the legislation there anyway. Outside of Cook County, Illinois, the people of Illinois are great. Illinoisans, they're great. Inside Cook County, another story. And they pretty much run the whole state. Imagine if Illinois said you couldn't come there and hunt anymore. Do you know how much money the state would lose? Do you know how much money the state would lose if you could not go to Illinois and hunt, one of the biggest deer hunting states in the country? Victoria said, what about Native Americans? Well, they probably would not have to abide by that law because they don't live under the same laws that we do in a lot of cases. Thank you for spotlighting this, Jeremy. Let's save Oregon together. Hey, this is a big deal. I thought it was a great way to start the show. So Oregonians, IP28, vote that down or the progressives are going to take over your state. Now, speaking of progressives, my daughter Olivia and my son Jaden are both right now in their civics class doing, they were randomly selected to be in a party. So you're either in the Conservative Party, the Libertarian Party, the Liberal Party, the Progressive Party, the Green Party, like all these different parties under the two major parties. And the assignment here is to, whether you agree with it or don't, to argue on behalf of that party that you've been randomly selected to. Unfortunately, my daughter Olivia gets randomly selected to be in the Progressive Party. So she has to argue on the benefits and the to win. Basically, it's their job to win the mock election. Okay? Yes, they actually teach civics here, Victoria. It is Iowa, a pretty red state, and they still do have that traditional way of teaching and learning. It's actually really great. So my daughter, Olivia, she's doing the thing, and she said, I can't do this. And the teacher's like, what do you mean? She goes, I can't do this. And the teacher said, well, you don't have to believe, to identify with it to do the project. And Olivia said, but I can't do it with fake information, with false information. And the teacher's like, what are you talking about? And she says, every other word in here is our democracy, our democracy, our democracy. At this point, she said the whole class is looking at her. And she goes, but we don't live in a democracy. So how can I do an honest project, even if I don't identify with being a progressive, if you're giving me fake information to do it with? It's my... But she said, we don't live in a democracy. She said, the whole class sat there and just stared at her. I said, what'd the teacher say? She said the teacher looked uncomfortable, said he rocked back and forth like this and went, and then she said it again, we don't live in a democracy. And I said, so what did he say? And she goes, at that time, class was at the end, and he said, well, we'll pick this back up tomorrow, kids. I said, oh, how freaking convenient. Just because you live in a good, nice, beautiful red state doesn't mean that every teacher has common freaking sense. And she was right. She put that whole class on blast.
That's freaking awesome. That is absolutely awesome. I'm sure you guys are so freaking proud of her. Stand your ground integrity like that does not exist anymore. So my hat's off to you.
Yeah, man. She couldn't wait to tell me that yesterday. And I said, good girl. Good girl. Gave her daps. Love that she said that. Love it. She also stood up one time when they said the earth is millions and millions of billions of years old. She goes, you can't prove that. And she gets that from us, by the way, from me and Sabrina. She says, you can't prove that. Yes, I can prove that. Carbon dating. Carbon dating isn't proof. It's about as hypothetical as evolution, she said. Carbon dating, carbon dating is so flawed because you're not taking into an account the theological side of things. And they don't know what to say when she says that. They don't know what to say. And what I say to people is, if the earth is reading on your scientific methods here on earth that it's billions of years old, let me ask you, was Adam a baby when he was made, or was he built in with age? And by the way, as far as carbon dating and petrification, you can mimic that with, let's say, as far as the Grand Canyon. They say it's made with millions of years with a little bit of water. But it could also be made within 40 days with a major flood. So I'm not going to get into all of that. But I will say I'm very proud of my daughter for standing up and saying what's absolutely true, and for also challenging them on things like the world is 4.5 billion years old. So anyway, on to another crazy state. Well, not state, but state run by crazy people. Let's go to Maryland, where the Democratic governor there just signed a law banning the most popular handgun in the United States of America. Maryland's Democratic Governor Wes Moore, whom, by the way, is not a dummy. Wes Moore is not a dummy. He's not an idiot. He's not like Abigail Spanberger or these other morons. He's not like Governor Pritzker. Wes Moore not only is a very intelligent individual, but he also served for our military. But his agenda is that of a progressive communist, if you ask me. I don't think anybody that tries to ban any gun, to me, is a communist. I mean, you skip right over socialist. He signed a law that would effectively ban Glock pistols, the most popular handgun in the United States of America. If you own a handgun, most generally you either own a Glock or you've had a Glock in your life at one point. But see, Wes Moore is like, and not because of his skin color, but I'm saying it because of his political side, he's a lot like Obama. Barack Obama is not a dumb man. He's not an idiot like AOC. He's a very smart individual. Hillary Clinton is not a dumb woman. Nancy Pelosi is not a dumb woman. These people are very, very cunning, conniving, but they're not stupid. What Moore has done with this new law, however, is a real doozy. Millions of people, including lots of people who live in Maryland, already own these guns. So this new law would make them criminal. Now, the NRA is already suing. But one thing I don't know if you guys know about the NRA. The NRA is the only major organization out there that is consistently fighting for your gun rights in D.C. And I believe they only have 5 million members. Imagine what they'd be able to do if they had 50 million members. We know there's 50 million gun owners in the country. I think everybody should be part of the NRA. My wife and I are. You get some cool perks for it too, though. You get magazines, you get little patches, you get bookmarks, you get all these things all the time. Eli, what you got there, bud?
Oh, that would be my official NRA membership card. Yeah, baby.
See that? Eli's got his. It's so important to be a member of the NRA, folks. Where do you think they get their money from to sue, to litigate, to fight on your behalf? Carver Jerry says, I'm an NRA member. MJ Randall, I'm a proud member. T. Mitchell, we're members. LRJ says, I'll go join. It's not much money, by the way. It's not much money. David said, don't like Glock guns. Colts, Smith and Western. Smith and Wesson, you mean? Yeah, I love those two. I love them all. Victoria says, Matt is a member of the NRA. Amen. God bless him. J.A. Fish, we belong to the NRA. You see, the more people that belong to the NRA, the more they can fight for us in court, in litigate in Washington, D.C. The NRA along with 2 other gun right organizations, have sued Governor Westmore, Attorney General Anthony Brown, and Maryland State Police Acting Superintendent Michael Jackson. Not the not that Michael Jackson. Not the, you want to be starting something, although they are, for what they're calling the Glock ban bill, or the Glock ban law. The lawsuit filed in federal court cites Senate Bill 334, which outlaws the manufacture, the purchase, the selling, the offering for sale, the receiving, or transfer of certain pistols capable of being easily converted to machine gun type weapons. I'd like to thank 117766633 for the $20 donation today, understanding the importance of LFA TV. But this is take your daughter for some ice cream, Jeremy. Let her know that the LFA family is proud of her. Well, guess what we have today, everyone, at 2:30? We have our meeting with the lawyer to adopt her. And if it wasn't for you guys donating the money to do it, we wouldn't have been able to do it. She doesn't know this is happening. Her birthday is in 8 days. And she's going to find out that after all these years of calling me dad, that I get to finally adopt her. So I'm super, super stoked for that. So yes, I'll take her out for ice cream for sure. Thank you so much. The legislation includes several popular handguns, including Glock and Glock-style handguns. Active and retired law enforcement are exempt from the ban. Think about that. If you're retired law enforcement, you're exempt from the ban. But if you're not, then you are not exempt from the ban, which means you will be a criminal. I'm adopting my stepdaughter, Olivia, which is my wife's daughter. But her father stepped out on her years and years ago and is not part of her life anymore. So she's wanted this for a long time, and we're doing it for her birthday. So, yeah, I mean, well, it won't be done by her birthday, but at least the process will be started for her birthday. So, by the way, folks, we got 3,500 people watching us live right now on Rumble. Over on YouTube, we got, 80 people watching. If you guys could all do us a favor, do us another round of sharing. Reach down and click that thumbs up or that thumbs down. We'd appreciate it. Thank you so very much. So, they will be exempt. Violators could face up to 3 years in jail and $5,000 in fines, or both. The law is expected to start enforcement on or after January 1st, 2027. The NRA, quote, the NRA is not going to stand back and let the governor limit the self-defense options and the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens across the great state of Maryland. NRA Executive Director John Comerford said. So, a lot of shenanigans going on in these Democratic states as they fight back to keep their lives, to keep their power. Lane says, I look good in this shirt today, Eli. Look at that. I'm getting some compliments. I like to take a good compliment. I like compliments, okay? All right? Nobody knows compliments better than I do. I bet he'd say that too. Nobody can take a compliment like me.
Pretty sure I have heard him say things like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Excuse me. I'm the best at taking compliments, okay? Fire one off. Go ahead, send one my way. Send it my way. Yep, okay. That was a good one. How about you? Send me one. Tell me I'm good. Jeremy, hey, my brother, you are who I thought you were. One stand-up MF. One stand-up mofo. Well, thank you, MDUS. And you are too, Mr. Marine. Well, let's go to another crazy left wing. Try to do anything we can to hang on to our communist power state. Virginia. Here's low IQ Abigail Spanberger, obviously not answering any questions today.
Governor, shouldn't all illegal immigrant crime in Virginia be reported to Governor.
Hi, how are
Shouldn't
you?
all illegal immigrant crime in Virginia be reported to ICE?
Look at that. Look at that. These.
Governor, shouldn't all illegal.
Look at the look on her face right here. Look at this. The only thing missing from these people in their minds is a royal guard. That's it. They think they don't have to answer a damn question. Governor, shouldn't all illegal alien crime be registered so that we know that illegal aliens are committing crime instead of hiding certain crime and saying that your crime numbers are low? You wicked witch of the East. That's what she reminds me of. Look at her. Who the hell does she think she is? Eli, the biggest problem that I have with these scumbags that think that they are some kind of royalty, and I don't care if they're left or right, they don't feel like they have to answer a damn question. And nowadays, instead of answering the question at all, they'll just go, yeah, who are you with? Yeah, good luck with that. It's like there needs to be consequences for them not answering to their bosses, which is us.
How is it also, by the way, that a governor of all people, it seems like the level of security has been beefed up. Who is that fat boy Tim U agent Smith from Avengers behind her with the the wire? Who are you talking to? Oh yeah, we're bringing her in. We're bringing it. That was one of the most pathetic things I've ever just seen.
Yeah. Yeah, now I don't know. I know that the president of the United States is required to have security. But I got to be honest with you, Eli, if I was a governor, I don't think I'd want it. I mean, I might have a team of people if things were to get out of control, but they wouldn't be surrounding me, walking with me everywhere I go. And if some loser came up and said, hey, asshole, Trump supporter, you really think that ICE is going to be like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. And thank you for your vote. What's the matter? You going to cry?
Honestly, I'm sick and tired of how overblown this security crap has gotten. I would think, if anything, you get one person, and you gotta pay for that out of your pocket. You're a public servant. It's no different than going and applying it for a job at a coffee shop or a construction job. It's a job in America. Just because you put on a suit and go for the state or your country or something, it's still just a job. It's just a job.
Yeah. Yep, no, but once they get it, they feel like they're going to be in power forever. I mean, look at Marjorie and Massey. I don't think it's clicked to them yet that they have been rejected from politics forever. They probably think that they're entitled to come back after they've, escaped some taxes and been tax exempt down in Costa Rica for a bit. They think they can come back and just run for office again after this all blows over, but it's not going to happen. We won't let it. We'll stand here in their way. I personally will stand in her way. People like that. Now, we've talked about Oregon. We've talked about Maryland. We've talked about Virginia. Let's go to the worst of all states when it comes to communism, California. By the way, if Spencer Pratt wins the mayoral race in L.A., he will pave the way for a red governor. Spencer Pratt, the reality TV star, may be the turning point from blue to red in California. Mark my words. If Spencer Pratt wins the mayoral race in L.A., it won't be long before the governorship goes red. And they may both do it. They may both do it right now. But I doubt it. As long as the Democrats are in control there, they'll never give the state back. You've got to get in and you've got to enforce federal control over their law breaking in order to get the whole state. Anyway, Gavin Newsom. If you're a January 6ther and you are living in California for whatever reason, and that slush fund that President Trump was talking about for the January 6ers, for all of the rights that were violated, if you are eligible to tap into that slush fund, Governor Newsom says, okay, we're going to tax you 100%. That means if the government gives you $1 million, we get $1 million. If the government gives you 100,000, we get the 100,000. You live in California, I will take all of that money that President Trump has given you for that slush fund. We will tax it at 100%. Well, that's easy. Peace. Great way to drive out more people, especially when I get to the story here about how illegal aliens aren't going to be voting, at least by mail-in ballot anyway. We know that for sure. Kick more people out of your state. Great job, dipshit.
Are you looking to take any action on it? Is there anything you can do about that?
Well, I've been thinking a lot. I'm not in Congress. I was out there in Washington, D.C., trying to make a case anew. And some good meetings with EPA. Lee Zeldin's, I want to get him fired. But his team's working hard to see what we can do to help the victims of last year's fires in Los Angeles. And, so I was up there around the time when legislative leaders were all, discussing what the options were. And so I've been thinking a lot about it in my flight back. And one thing that I think we're going to try to do with your support is tax 100%. Anyone from California that receives any of those funds, we want to tax 100% of those proceeds. And that's an action the state of California can take. It's an action.
There you go. We will tax 100%. Now, Mike over on YouTube says Newsom is awesome. The people of the state don't think so, not even the Democrats. But, like an asshole, everyone's got one. But that's an easy fix. Move out of the state. Move to neighboring state Arizona. Move to Nevada. Move to Texas. Your money will go a lot further anyway. I don't think January 6th should be getting any of our taxpayer dollars. I don't think Ukraine should have gotten one of our taxpayer dollars. They got $200 million plus. I don't think the Taliban should be getting $40 million a week. Do you? I think people's rights who are violated should definitely get compensation. Because what else are they going to get for their violation of rights? People in jail would be great. But why not give them what they really deserve? They spent 4 years in prison when 90% of them should not. Now, the 10% that did get violent, that did hurt people, and it wasn't self-defense, that did bust and break things, absolutely, give it to them. Give them the prison sentence. They deserve it. Whatever. I'll go with that one. I still think they were coerced to do it, but still, 90% of the people that were in jail should have never, ever gotten that kind of a punishment. And now, you lefties, especially the ones on YouTube over there, now you're going to give your taxpayer dollars to the January 6thers. How about that? And Gavin Newsom telling them, we're going to tax you at 100%. Well, now they know. So now they just will leave. And nobody's getting that money except for them. Good on them. I hope the January 6ers get all the money they can. Ukraine's going to get it. The Taliban's going to get it. The lefties stole it through USAID, the Department of Education, and the EPA for years. Hell, let's rub it in. Let's rub it in. Bucklebrush says, I'm glad Texas is close for California. We have New Yorkers to deal with in Florida. Yeah, but hopefully they're the Californians and the New Yorkers who have a brain and decided, I can't be in the state anymore because of these Democrats. Let them have all the Democrats they want in their state and all the illegals they want. Sooner or later, it'll change. Trust me. And I'll tell you, if Mark Wayne Mullen has anything to say about it, it might change a lot quicker with what he's just drafted up. Now, speaking of Spencer Pratt, before we go into our first break here in 5 minutes, let me just say this. Eli, before we get to Spencer Pratt, yesterday, I'm not going to say who it was. I'm not going to say their name. But yesterday I got a message. And that message said, I thought you guys were joking over the last few weeks when you said that people were going to California to vote. She goes, but now I know it's real because a bunch of us just went and did it. And she said, and they didn't ask for anything. There were no cameras. There's no record of it. They didn't ask for anything. And I was like, so how could they ever ever trace it back to you. They can't. So like I said, sooner or later, these douchebags' own rules and laws are going to come back and bite them the same way that we did when we made it too big to rig and engaged in all of the early voting, all of the mail-in balloting, all of the ballot harvesting. If we're going to have those rules, we can play by them too, and we destroyed you. You might say, you didn't destroy us. What do you call winning all three houses, winning the popular vote, and winning the Electoral College, and going 100% on your endorsements since? What do you call that? I don't call that losing. I call that winning. You want to set the rules? You want to set the laws? Fine. You set the rules on the playing field, and we'll play by those same rules. The problem is there's a lot more of us than there are of you. So when you piss us off, we will win by your own rules. And that's exactly what's going to happen in California. Spencer Pratt right now is calling for a criminal investigation, and at the very least an ethics investigation and complaint by the FCC, or the FEC, excuse me, for Karen Bass illegally electioneering in a campaign video. Let's play the video and you tell me what she did wrong. Pull it up. Here we go.
Holy moly. My husband.
Not an ad. Here we go.
Hey! Hello, everybody! All right, we're on the countdown! On the countdown, just one more week! One more week! Let me just thank you so much for all of your support. I know you have been walking precincts, you've been making phone calls, you've been over there at the headquarters, because we're gonna bring this to home base and win, right? I even have the babies on my side. Babies for Bass. All right. You're never too young. Hi, Joy.
Breaking election rules right now.
Thank you. Babies for Bass.
Yeah, I'm sure she wrote that too. I'm sure her liberal dumbass parents didn't write that. See that? One vote, Karen. See, when they're not on camera, they're stuffing about 10 of those ballots or 100 of them in there. But that's not election rigging or theft.
Well, I have to say that you should vote today. Fill out your ballot, hand it to your postal worker, or come to a voting box like this. We have a few days left in this election, and we are going to take it to victory.
Spencer Pratt is calling for an investigation into her. For what reason? You can't be doing that where you were doing it, not as a candidate. In the complaint, Spencer Pratt's attorney, Peter McNulty, blasted Bass for flagrantly violating the state of California and the city of Los Angeles' election laws by engaging in illegal electioneering. According to California state law, election engineering is the visible display or audible dissemination of information that advocates for or against any candidate or measure on the ballot within 100 feet limit specified in the subdivision. This includes obstructing access to, loitering near, or disseminating visible or audio electioneering information at vote-by-mail drop boxes. The city of Los Angeles has a very similar law on the books. So she's violating both state and city law. This complaint comes after Bass made a campaign video allegedly soliciting votes with supporters holding signs within 100 feet of a drop box, which McNulty describes as blatant electioneering directly near a polling place or a drop box location. So, it's funny. Democrats film themselves breaking the law, and they get applauded for it. Republicans film themselves defending themselves and go to prison for it. Now, I know this is not a federal election, so the Federal Election Commission will probably not get involved, but they should put pressure on the state AG and the election board there, as well as Kash Patel, if you ask me, as a precursor as to how the federal government will be involved in 2028. S.H. Nelly says a two-tier system. It absolutely is a two-tier system, and it has been for a long, long time. So that's why I don't understand why lefties cry all the time. Republicans, you literally murder our people and attempt to murder them, but you're not good shots. You attempt to and straight out murder our people. So don't give me that. Now, when we come back from this break, Eli, E. Jean Carroll might be under criminal investigation by the Department of Justice. Boy, not only did she not get her money, but now the lying piece of trash might go to prison. She won't have her cats, Pussy and Penis, or whatever their names are, in there.
See, Jeremy, I can't possibly be, super confident in it, but there's a good, strong possibility that the reason that the reason that this whole thing is happening is probably because I said rape is cool and Trump never touched me.
Yeah, rape. It wasn't physical. It wasn't physical. It wasn't physical. It was more than that. Some people look at rape as fantasy. Yeah, we're gonna go to a break. You're interesting. Talk to you. Remember that, Eli? Anderson Pooper's like, yeah, we're going to go to break. She's like, you're an interesting man to talk to you. Do you want me to rape you? Like, I don't know what's happening here. I'm gay, says Anderson Pooper.
It didn't seem like she was, hitting on him or something. You're a fascinating man to talk to. Okay. Yeah. Please cut to commercial.
Yeah. She looked at him like, she put her head down like this, Eli, and her eyes came. She goes, you're fascinating. Talk to you. Started breathing a little heavy, and Anderson's like, get me out of here ASAP. I think this woman is going to rape me. I think she's going to rape me. Anyway, guys, look, I know that Memorial Day weekend is over. But that's just the start of grilling season. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Back again. Chicago steak. Tell your friends. Hey, if your dad or your husband or your son, but with Father's Day coming up, this is the Father's Day special. If your dad is hard to shop for and you're overthinking it, why don't you just go to Chicago Steak Company at My Chicago Steak and get your dad something from there? Premium steaks worth throwing on that grill for Father's Day. Trust me, he will tell the difference between that and Walmart steak. Chicago Steak Company makes a great gift. You're not guessing his shirt size. You're not wondering if he needs this tool or that tool, or does he already have it or not. You're not buying another gadget or hoping for a novelty gift. You're giving him steaks, succulent steaks, where you can still kill cows and eat them here in America. You're giving him steaks to grill, premium steaks to grill on Father's Day that the whole family can sit down and enjoy. All you have to do is use the promo code LFA on qualified orders of $179 or more, okay? And remember, you get a big package. You get steaks, you get burgers, you get ribeyes, you get it all. On qualified $179 or more, Chicago Steak Company is going to add in the best Grillin' Dad's apron. So look at this apron right here. Check this out. Best Grillin' Dad. You get that apron. You get 16 free 6-ounce premium Angus steak burgers. You get the signature steak seasoning, and you get free shipping and handling and a $25 account credit after the package ships. That's currently framed as a $225 value. All right? So check that out, folks. Go to, let's throw the, on the lower third there, the actual address. There it is. Here's the big Chicago Steak Company giveaway. www.mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Use the promo code LFA at checkout, and you're going to be able to get one of these best value deals here, and you're going to get all that free stuff that we just talked about. So you either get this one for $179, this one for $199, or this one for $259, but you get all the free meat and you get the best Grillin' Dad. Talk about an awesome Father's Day gift. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Premium, top-notch, Angus, hand-selected, and aged up to 6 weeks meat. You can't go wrong, and no father in the world is going to be like, Trust me, if I got that, I'd be stoked. All right? Not bad, too, for a Father's Day gift as far as price-wise. mychicagosteak.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Okay. Big shout out to them. By the way, the guy Matt over at Chicago Steak Company, he's awesome, good guy, conservative, loves Trump. I had a great conversation with him last week. I reached out to him. I said, hey, Father's Day's coming up. Let's do a deal here. Let's work together and do a deal here. Maggie said you should start selling Eli Signature cigars. I would buy a few of those. There you go, Eli. There you go.
Dang, let's go. Could have Damn Skippy written down the side of them.
There you go. Damn Skippy cigars. Would you like to have a cigar today? Damn Skippy, I would.
And I'm off to the drawing boards.
Well, it's just draw a dog rocket and write Damn Skippy on the side. You're done. Drawing over. Drawing over.
You don't know me.
You don't know my artistic talents. All right. The Department of Justice launches a criminal investigation into Trump rape accuser E. Jean Carroll. In 2019, E. Jean Carroll, who I'd still believe is Nancy Pelosi in a blonde wig. I've never seen the two of them in the same room at the same time. It's the whole Bruce Wayne Batman theory. I am still believing that Nancy Pelosi is E. Jean Carroll. However, in 2019, she alleged that Donald Trump raped her in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room in the 1990s. But she could not name the date nor even the year that this allegedly took place. Carroll previously said rape is sexy and rape is a fantasy when she was on Anderson Pooper's show. Let's go back. Let's go back and watch the rape is fantasy.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're just going to take a quick break. If you can stick around, we'll talk more on the other side.
You're fascinating to talk to.
Anderson's like, oh, shit. Now, having no real proof, no evidence, no memory, the jury sided with Carroll anyway in New York with no evidence. Obviously, Trump has denied all allegations, says she's a whack job, not even my type. I don't even know who she is. The jury decided that E. Jean Carroll did not prove that Trump raped her. However, the jury said that she proved enough that Trump sexually abused her when he inserted her fingers into her vagina. Okay. If I go out and forcefully insert anything of mine into anything of a woman's unwantingly, that is a criminal offense. Period. He mentally raped me. If I go and I put my finger, my toe, my member, or anything else of mine in anything of yours and you do not want that I'm going to jail. I will not pass go. I will not collect $200. So riddle me this, lefties. The jury said, well, you didn't prove that he raped you, but since he put his fingers in you unwantingly, we'll let you sue him for money. That's where we are. That's where we are. Well, we don't have enough proof that you murdered that person, but because you have blood on your hands that belong to them, and there's blood on the hammer that you bludgeoned them with to the back of the head, we're going to let you sue that person for money. See that how that doesn't make any sense? They said that there was proof that he forcefully put his fingers inside of her, but that's not rape. That's only sexual abuse, which is still a criminal offense. But since we can't prove it, we'll let you sue him for $100 million. Make that make sense. Put yourself in that position.
But even that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I know.
I guess I wasn't there for the trial, but how did they prove that his fingers were, I hate to say this, everyone, but how did they prove that his fingers had ever been inside her? Especially, what was it, 30 years later?
Yeah, that's my point, dude. She couldn't remember the time. She couldn't remember the date. She couldn't remember the year. She couldn't remember anything, but said it happened in this store and he put his fingers inside me. No proof whatsoever. A Manhattan jury reached a verdict in the E. Jean Carroll rape, quote, / defamation case in May 2023 and ordered Trump to pay her $5 million. In a separate defamation case brought by E. Jean Carroll in 2024, Trump was ordered to pay $83.3 million in damages because he's not allowed to defend himself. Remember, Eli, this was at the time they were putting gag orders on him. So even if he spoke about in defense of himself of anything, then he would have to pay a fine or be subject to contempt of court.
This is the crap that, I'm sorry, I have to use the word that I find so absolutely retarded. I want whatever force, Department of Justice, FBI, I don't care what it is, CIA, to bust down the doors of any court that's run by some scumbag liberal who's let rapists and killers roam the streets, who did this crap to Trump because it's so blatantly against the law, unconstitutional. Why are we even, excuse the term, dicking around like this still? I would have them busting down the door. You're done. You're done. We're reconstituting this court.
Yep.
Thanks for playing. Do not pass go. Get the out of here.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Federal investigation. So, by the way, you know she's not getting the money, right? She's not getting any money. She's not gotten a dime from Trump and never will. And now she's going to go to jail. Federal investigators are probing whether Carroll perjured herself when she said under oath that no outside source was paying her legal fees. E. Jean Carroll then told Trump attorney Alina Habba under oath that no one was helping her to pay her legal fees. However, it was later revealed that billionaire Reid Hoffman, who's a big TDS anti-Trump guy, was bankrolling all of her legal fees. Yeah. The investigation is focused on whether Carroll committed perjury and testimony tied to her 2 civil lawsuits against the president. One alleging he sexually abused her in a New York department store in the mid-90s, and a second for defaming her when in 2019 he repeatedly denied the assault. That's defaming. I didn't do that. $100 million. Wait a minute. Hold on. She said I raped her. Yeah, you did. Well, no, I didn't. Nope, can't say that. You can't say you didn't rape her. We know you did. Okay, show me the proof. We don't have proof, but we know you did. But I didn't do it. There's another defamation case. No, I'm telling you, she's lying. I did not touch this woman, and you can't prove that I did. And if you can't prove that I did, then you need to shut, you know. Too bad. There's another defamation case. What are we up to now? 100 million? Keep defending yourself, sir. We'll see what happens. Prosecutors' theories hinge on a 2022 deposition stating by Carroll that she received no outside funding for her lawsuit, though it was later revealed that billionaire Reid Hoffman had paid her legal fees and expenses. So, you want to play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. And I would bet you that once you get her in there for that, she will then say, none of this happened. I didn't want any of this. I was made to do this. I was put up and I was promised by the mainstream media and by everybody else that if I did this, that I would get paid, that I would win. They changed the laws and everything for me to go after you. And you're still lost. Uh-oh. Oops.
Is focused on whether Carroll committed perjury during her 2 civil lawsuits against the president. Paula Reed is breaking the story, and she's out front. And Paula, what else are you learning about this? I mean, there was obviously a verdict here.
That's right. And here, Aaron, this is the latest move by the Justice Department to take action against one of President Trump's long-standing foes. Our sources tell us that this investigation is focused on a 2022 deposition that Carroll gave, where she said that she had not received any outside funding. Now, her lawyers later told the judge that she had, in fact, received funding for legal fees and expenses from billionaire Reid Hoffman. The judge overseeing this case ultimately...
The investigation now is focused on...
And you know CNN is not happy with that, right? You know CNN is very, very, very upset that their cash cow that they put up on a pedestal for so long, and when I say cash cow, I mean she had so much, there was so much political capital in destroying President Trump and her. They loved her. They put her on everything. See what this clip is here.
Breaking news moments ago, the Department of Justice has launched a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll. She accused President Trump of sexual assault. The investigation is allegedly centered around whether Carroll committed perjury during her civil lawsuit against the president. She was eventually awarded a $5 million judgment. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has recused himself from the investigation, given his past representation of Trump in the matter.
See, and that's another thing I hate. That's another bullshit thing I hate. Todd Blanche has reportedly recused himself from the matter. Why? 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 You think it's not a legal matter? You don't have to do that. There's not a law that says you have to recuse yourself. Todd Blanche, why are you recusing yourself? Now somebody will say because then when it's all said and done, somebody can't say that he had bias towards her because he was the president's lawyer. Tough titty, said the kitty, but the milk tastes good. Who cares? Who cares what people say? Go after her. Smash her. Then go after Alvin Bragg. Then go after Letitia James again. Then go after Tanya Chutkin. Then go after Judge Engoron and his dumbass retarded daughter. No holds barred. Somebody said, why is that breaking news? Well, because it shows another big win for President Trump. Not only is the woman never going to get a dollar or a dime out of him, but now she may get a criminal charge and she may do some time in jail. Now, perjury, can't imagine it's going to be a lot. But you know what it'll probably come with? It'll probably come with a little bit of maybe some probation, maybe a little jail time, but definitely a fine. So not only will she not be receiving any money from Trump, but her and her dumbass cats named Vagina and Penis, they'll be even more broke because she'll have to pay the government a fine.
News exclusive CNN reporting that the Justice Department is now investigating former magazine columnist E. Jean Carroll.
Because we haven't heard about E. Jean Carroll in a little while, let's just remind everyone.
I have no idea who the hell. She's a whack job.
Acapino, what he was trying to do is present evidence to her to show a pattern of what he alleges are discrepancies between what she has said publicly and what she said in this courtroom. For example, he threw up a Facebook post that she put up describing herself as a massive fan of The Apprentice. Another Facebook post where she asked her followers if they would have sex with Donald Trump for $17,000. And she responded saying, look, yeah, I like the show. And yes, I made jokes about having sex with Donald Trump. Then he went on to press an issue that he has pressed repeatedly here, which is, look, you have an advice column where you advise women who have been assaulted to report their assault. But that's not what you did. And they presented different columns that she had written. And she said, quote, I would never call the police for something I was ashamed of. And they also tried to draw discrepancies between how she describes her life in interviews as being, quote, fabulous, but then talked about how much she was suffering here in court. And she said, I don't want anybody to know that I suffer. Now, arguably, the whole trial is riding on her testimony and Joe Tacopina's ability to undermine the credibility of her story.
And now another piece of the testimony today was when they were looking at, they pointed to an episode of Law and Order, you know, this television show we all know from 2012.
Stop right here. What you're about to hear is, it sounds like her and Reid Hoffman and whoever else put her up to all this, who will probably be the subject of lawsuits later on, defamation lawsuits of their own that they're going to have to answer for from President Donald J. Trump, because they're going to get this tongue-tied, you know, Nancy Pelosi sounding scumbag in a room, and they're going to say, we're about to come down on you with all of everything that we can. And she's going to go, they put me up to it. And more than likely, they're going to be able to end up being sued later on. But what you're about to hear right here is that it sounds like she recreated all of this from an episode of Law and Order. And it would make sense. It would make sense. When you think about the psyche of Reid Hoffman and E. Jean Carroll, it would absolutely make sense that they just got an episode of Law and Order.
In that episode, there was a reference to a rape in the lingerie department at Bergdorf Goodman's, the exact same allegation that Carroll made some 7 years later. So Tacopina asking her about this, and Carroll said she never saw the episode. When her lawyers asked her, he asked her point blank, did you make up this accusation based on the television show? Carroll said no. It happened so long ago, and she only went public with it in 2019. So, you know, that's a big gap here. There's not the physical evidence. There's no credit card receipts. There's no surveillance video. There's no phone records that anyone has suggested they're going to enter into evidence. He was going through some of her behavior and essentially asking her to explain, for someone who was so traumatized, why did she continue doing certain things? One of them, continuing to shop at Bergdorf Goodman. They showed receipts showing that she had been to the department store more than 20 times after the alleged assault, where she spent tens of thousands of dollars. They also pointed to some Facebook posts of hers in which she was saying she was a big fan of The Apprentice, the television reality show that starred former President Trump. Now, Carroll said that she was interested in it for the competitive spirit between the aspiring entrepreneurs, and she said she stopped watching at the end of each episode where Trump did the "you're fired" piece of it.
And we begin tonight with breaking news, exclusive CNN.
So, I have a feeling that little by little, bit by bit, all these people that use and weaponize the government, state, federal, local, to go after Trump, they're all going to get theirs. Every single one of them. And that's another thing. She can't ever prove that she was ever in his presence. There's never any proof or evidence that the two of these people were ever in the same room. You understand what's happening here? This woman got awarded by an anti-Trump jury in New York money for nothing. For the Me Too movement. Believe every woman, always, all the time. Sounds like she's going to get hers. Moving right along. Let's move in now and talk about elections, shall we? A North Carolina court rules that the Democratic State Board violated the state constitution by allowing never residents to vote in federal elections. But there's no cheating in elections. And illegals aren't voting. Somebody said recess appointments. Shannon, we would be able to, but guess who just blocked that from happening? Somebody that you probably even like. One of our own, Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley just kept us in session, pro forma session, by gaveling in a quick few-minute session just to stay in session. This is how they do that. This is how they get out. This is how they get away from it. And Josh Hawley did it. I'm telling you, man, I like Josh Hawley. But to be part of this kind of trash, to be part of this kind of undermining, when we know you're not in session, but you have a few people stay back just to keep us in session, that's some shit stuff right there. That's shit move right there. And now Josh Hawley's on my shit list too. And we'll primary his ass too. I'm just so sick of these losers. Well, I'm not the Senate Majority Leader, so no. And you don't have to engage in his shenanigans either. You should have let somebody like Langford do it. Make the top brass stay there and do it. I don't know why he did that, but we're going to get to that in a little bit. The Republican committee is celebrating a major victory for clean elections after Wake County Superior Court judge ruled that North Carolina's State Board of Elections violated the state's constitution by letting people who never lived in the Tar Heel state cast ballots in federal elections. Good. Are they going to go to frickin' prison? Special Superior Court Judge Hoyt Tessiner sided with the RNC and the North Carolina Republican Party this week, slamming the door on a loophole the previous Democrat-controlled elections board tried to keep open, even after the high courts already shut it down for the state races. And this is coming from the Carolina Journal. This is the latest in a string of wins for election integrity in North Carolina, and a direct rebuke to officials who thought they could quietly expand voting rights to non-residents. Judge Tessiner reaffirmed what the North Carolina Court of Appeals and Supreme Court had already made crystal clear. The state constitution requires residency to vote. Quote, never residents, U.S. citizens born abroad to parents or guardians who once lived in North Carolina, but who themselves have resided in the state, have no constitutional right to help pick North Carolina's representatives in Congress or influence federal elections here. The previous Democrat-led State Board of Elections had issued a directive allowing these never residents to vote in both state and federal elections. After the state Supreme Court struck down the practices for state and local races, the board stopped counting those ballots for state offices, but kept allowing them for federal offices. That is illegal. So we shut that down, and that's even more of a win for us in the way of election integrity. Beautiful. I love it. Go North Carolina. Now let's go to Alabama, because Alabama is now asking the Supreme Court of the United States to intervene after a federal lower court has blocked the new congressional maps. And SCOTUS sets a deadline. Look, we already know they're going to rule with the maps. But Democrats do something that Republicans rarely do. They keep fighting no matter what. And they'll keep fighting until the Supreme Court says no, and then they'll find another way to fight after that. But the maps are going to stay. But I'll get to the story. Alabama's request to toss out its racist, gerrymandered congressional map comes after the Supreme Court already last month declared Louisiana's newly drawn congressional map an unconstitutional gerrymander. Earlier this week, a 3-judge panel ruled that Alabama's new congressional map violated the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Alabama state officials asked the Supreme Court to overturn the lower court's decision. Supreme Court set a Monday 4 p.m. Eastern Time deadline for the civil rights attorneys to respond. The U.S. Supreme Court, like I said, previously cleared the way for Alabama to throw out its current rigged congressional map, and there's no way they're going to rule against what they've already ruled. So those maps will stand. And Alabama will now vote, not based on race, but based on merit. You know, like MLK wanted, right? Not based on the color of the skin, but the content of the character. That is why we say down with DEI. Didn't earn it. Let's go to the show me state of Missouri. Just in, and this was about 16 hours ago, the Missouri Supreme Court just upheld the state's new 7-1 congressional district map, allowing it to go into effect for the 2026 midterm elections. This is just another seat lost for Democrats. And this is where the GOP, the Republican Party under President Trump is finally fighting, is in the congressional map realm. And we always needed that. Unfortunately, Indiana and South Carolina let us down, but don't worry. Those losers will be gone, and we'll elect new people who will put it into effect. Maybe not by midterm, but definitely by 2028. And it's not looking good for the Democrats in 2028 at all. It's especially not looking good for them in the presidential election. Why? The same reason why the courts are upholding these congressional maps, changing within the 10-year time frame because of all these states are getting rapidly getting large amounts of new residents. That's why.
Into account the population mid-2025. Look at this. The biggest population growth this decade, all 5 of the states that Donald John Trump won in 2024. Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and of course the great state of Arizona, where I spent my New Year's Eve. I love those folks out in Prescott, Arizona. These were the biggest gainers in terms of population compared to the 2020 census. Now, it's not just a red state boom. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a red state boom here, but it is not just a red state boom. We're also looking at what I would dare call a blue state depression, because who are the people? Who and where are the people moving from into the red states? Well, they're blue states. They're blue states. Take a look here. The lowest domestic net migration this decade. All 5 of the states that were won by Kamala Harris in 2024. Look at this. California, Harris's home state. New York, where I'm coming from right now, of course. Illinois, New Jersey, and of course the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is a bastion of blue liberalism. These are the states that folks in the United States are moving away from and into the red states, which is propelling a red state boom. Now, this is interesting, right? But it could also have major political ramifications if it holds for 2030, the next census. Because take a look here. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for the 2030 census, look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats depending on the population in each state. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose 7 seats in the United States House of Representatives. The states that Donald Trump won in 2024, they would gain 7 seats. Now, this isn't just about the House of Representatives, right? It's also about the Electoral College, because the number of electoral votes that each state gets is equal to the number of senators. Each state, of course, has 2, plus the number of House seats that they have. So what would this mean for the House of Representatives? Well, if you remember back in 2024, right, it was all about, we were talking about the blue wall. If Kamala Harris could win the baseline Democratic states and then add in the blue wall states of Michigan, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she would get to 270 electoral votes. But if all of a sudden we, in fact, have applying the 2025 estimates, the population estimates, to the Electoral College, the blue states plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would no longer be enough. Under the current estimates, you get to exactly 270 electoral votes, the minimum needed to win the Electoral College. If, in fact, you apply the 2025 estimates, look at that. You would only get to 263 electoral votes if you were a Democrat, which would mean a Republican victory. Take into account the population mid-20.
It's not only the Save America Act that we will pass. That Save America Act will be passed prior to the presidency. Absolutely. Doesn't look like Thune's going to pass it this year, but don't worry. We got plans for that. So you add in the Save America Act. You add in, let's say hypothetically, the ruling from the Supreme Court that we absolutely expect same-day voting. We don't know how they are going to rule on the birthright citizenship thing yet. But we know we highly expect them to rule that voting is one day. You cannot get any ballots or count any votes after midnight on that day. You got the Save America Act that says you must show proof of citizenship to vote. You've got major census numbers decline for blue states and uptick in the red states. And you have the redistricting. And we're going to continue to deport illegal aliens, and no more illegal aliens are coming in from now until then. How does that spell a Democrat win ever for anything? It doesn't. They can't win. If all that goes through, they can't win. And the reason why they can't win is because A, they won't be able to have the power to cheat, and B, they don't have the ideas to win fairly. They have a 20% approval rating, the Democratic Party. They have no money now that they're not getting money through USAID and an endless cash flow from taxpayers. They have no ideas, and they have no movement. There's no excitement behind them. People aren't flocking to Democrats to vote for Democrats, and those that are only doing it to not vote for Trump. That's not a good winning recipe. That's not a good strategy. Vote for me because you don't like the other guy. That works here and there, but not as a party-wide, movement going into a presidential election. It doesn't work. So I'd like to thank all of you for your hard work over these last 4 years to get us here, because now we're finally here. We're literally at the precipice of making it so that unless Democrats win fairly, they'll never win another election ever again. We're right there. And the only hurdle in our way to making sure that that's the case is John Thune. So what do? You get rid of John Thune. And that's exactly what we're going to do, one way or another. If it's not by the midterms, it'll be by the presidential election. We'll get rid of that scumbag one way or another. The party might get rid of him anyway if he keeps losing rhino establishment corrupt individuals like Cassidy and Cornyn and the rest. Gotcha 6 says you bet they still have a cash flow. It needs to be weeded out and destroyed, but not by much. They're negative $3 million. They're in the hole. They really don't have much left. The only money that they would really have coming in legally is by billionaire donors. They're not going to be able to siphon it through government agencies, not with Trump there. So it's going to be pretty rough for them. Now, check this out. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. I told you he was going to lay the groundwork and the plans to stop all international flights to sanctuary cities, which would absolutely decimate them. There's no way they could withstand this. Here's what he said.
And I said, if they're going to not allow us to go out and arrest the worst of the worst, and then when we call for assistance at the facilities, that the street, it belongs to the city. If it belonged to us, we would take care of it, but it belongs to the city, and they're barricading our employees from coming in and out of the facility, then why are we processing international flights into the airport there? And we are currently, which we're not initiating yet, but we're currently drawing up plans to say, listen, in these sanctuary cities where the local radical left Democrats aren't allowing us to do our job and enforce federal laws, then we shouldn't be processing international flights into their cities either, because they don't want us to enforce immigration, but they want us to process immigration at their facilities. Nothing about that makes sense to me.
Let me tell you something.
House today, Sean.
I love it. Currently drawing up plans to stop all international flights to New York, which would be JFK, Newark, LAX in LA and in California, O'Hare in Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, and more. What are you going to do? How are you going to withstand that hit? You can't. It's not possible. The numbers don't allow you to withstand no international flights coming into your city. You'd go bankrupt pretty quick. As if you already are not bankrupt. There's no major Democrat-run city in this country that is thriving. They're all at the edge of bankruptcy because of their policies. So this is going to be huge if he can get through, if he can get these plans drawn up, and then he can put them into play. That's huge. Big. Now, this is the big news of the day. A federal judge has ruled in favor of President Trump's executive order to tighten mail-in voting, to implement citizenship checks, and the ruling slaps down Democrats' arguments that the crackdown was illegal, as the judge decided decided the order would not warrant a preliminary injunction. So let's bring you through the sequence of events here. President Trump puts out an executive order. He put out many executive orders. All of these executive orders basically were everything that's contained in the Save America Act. Okay? President Trump said while he signed these orders that whether they pass the Save America Act or not, I am going to enforce these. I will have DHS agents and ICE agents at polling stations, at voting stations, to make sure that illegals don't come. I will crack down on these mail-in ballots. I will sign executive orders that say that the post office has to adhere to this as well. I want a list of names from each state of eligible voters and non-eligible voters. I want the post office to cross-reference those names and to have those same exact names. And I want the post office to not in any way deliver ballots or accept any ballots from these names. And every name must match. And the court sided with President Donald J. Trump, or at least by default, by not siding with the plaintiffs here in this lawsuit and saying, you have not given me enough evidence, or you've not given me enough information that would warrant me granting you a preliminary injunction or some kind of a hold or stay. So, as of right now, President Trump's executive order on mail-in ballots will stand. And that executive order on mail-in ballots, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, goes pretty deep. It goes into the post office and everything. It is going to make sure that the post office is adhering to who can and can't send mail-in ballots to count. But it won't. LabTech says, will the post office comply? They'll have no authority to not comply. They'll have no authority not to comply. That's the point here. That was part of the executive order. Now, some people will say, well, the post office is separate. Okay, post office is still federal. Like, I can't send something through the post office to another state, some drugs or a gun, and if I get caught, I get a federal crime. It's federal. Klein Marina says they'll just have vans come in with fake ones. They can't. That's the point. The names will have to match the names that are on the eligible voting lists of each state that the government, President Trump and his administration, approve. See what I'm saying? Victoria says, that's awesome considering the 500,000 screw-up ballots that were done here in Maryland. Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is big news, guys. Everything that I just talked to you about the election, about the court cases, about the maps, about the Electoral College, about 2028, about all of it, other than the SAVE Act, are going exactly our way. And we knew they would, because you put in the hard work, you put in the effort, what you put in, you'll get out. And that's exactly what we're reaping right now. We're reaping the rewards of all of our hard work ever since they stole the election. We could have laid back and cried, but we didn't. We got Trump back in there. Now we're going to change the system back to the way it always should have been, because it's been hijacked and corrupted. Now, check this out. A convicted fraudster by the name of Zul Muhammad pleaded guilty to 106 felony accounts. He's now free and running for mayor in Carrollton, Texas. By the way, Zul Muhammad, who pled guilty to 106 felony counts for forged mail-in ballot applications. He now wants to be in charge of passing laws and managing a city. Yesterday I told you that in all places on earth, I would have never thought I would found myself saying that Islam is taking over Texas. And it may not be taking it over yet, but it sure as hell is putting a dent in it, isn't it? If you took all the Muslims in Texas that are taking over on one section of Texas's border, and then you cut that section out that they represent, that they filled up, oh, it'd have a hell of a dent in it, wouldn't it? The spread of Islam in Texas can only be possible if you have a weak governor. You think Ron DeSantis is allowing a massive statewide spread of Islam? I'm sure there's Islam and Muslims in Florida, but they're not doing the damage that they're doing in Texas. Not at all. J.A. Fish says, are you allowed to run for office if you are a felon? President Trump is the president, isn't he? You can run for president even if you have a felony. Cindy said, I just ordered my Father's Day pack from My Chicago Steak. That's awesome. Look, I know you can't always order premium, high-quality, top-notch steaks. And just like us, we go right to our farmer's market. We get all of our fruits, vegetables, and meat locally. But for once in a while, for a present to give a gift to somebody of these premium Angus steaks, it's pretty awesome. So that's awesome. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. It helps us out too, every order. Yes, you can run for any office in the country as long as it's not a law enforcement. No, you can even run for sheriff. You can even run for sheriff with a felony. Believe it or not. I don't know about Department of Justice and all that. I'm not sure. But you can hold elected office with a felony. Yes, absolutely. Because if you couldn't, I wouldn't be able to run. Right? Now, yesterday, what did I tell you yesterday about the 2020 election and COVID and all that? It's making its way back into the news again. The Trump DOJ is moving now to, under oath, question Fulton County 2020 election workers. You know what that means, folks? That means there's going to be some flipping going on. That means that Brian Kemp, Brad Raffensperger, and Gabriel Sterling are going to have a lot more to worry about than losing elections.
County, Georgia, some poll workers and ballot counters from the 2020 presidential election could soon hear a knock on their doors. Federal prosecutors say when they have the names and the addresses of those election workers, investigators will try to talk to them. President Trump has long claimed without evidence that there was widespread voter fraud in Fulton County, and that contributed.
Wrong, Wolf Blitzer. Plenty of evidence. Not evidence, proof. Not evidence, proof. Math. Just math alone. It's not possible to get 81 million votes if you lose the number of counties that you won by double digits. It's not possible. That's just one. But anyway, I digress.
Contributed to his re-election loss to Joe Biden. Let's go live right now to CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polantz, who's working the story for us. Caitlin, is the Justice Department going to get all these lists of election workers and their addresses?
Who listens to these
Wolf,
retards?
that's going to be the big question in court. We're still waiting to see what a judge will do. What has happened here is that the Justice Department, they've made clear they want to reopen and ask questions again about what happened in the 2020 election, especially in Fulton County, Georgia. That's the county that includes Atlanta, that Joe Biden won by more than 2/3 of the more than 500,000 votes there. It was a real wash of an election for Biden there. But Trump really does want to continue to say that the 2020 election was rigged. And now the Justice Department, they're going after thousands of names and addresses of these 2020 election workers. At a hearing last week, that was where the judge was hearing about why the Justice Department actually may want these things. This election happened 6 years ago. That's out of the time frame where the Justice Department could bring voting-related federal criminal charges if they even would get to that point with a grand jury. And a prosecutor there, his name is Will McComb, he said, "We are not sure what charges can be brought." And then he told the judge, "We don't know what they will tell us as far as what happened or what improprieties may or may not have happened in the 2020 election, and whether that is a continuing situation in this current election cycle or in the next election cycles for the Fulton County Board." But what the Justice Department is also saying is they just want to go out, knock on doors, potentially interview these ballot workers and poll workers.
Oh, no, that'll
the
lead
judge,
to
though, is
subpoenas.
looking at this. Is it a fishing expedition? And is this way too broad of a request? We're waiting to see what happens in this federal court proceeding. Wolf?
And as you know, Caitlin, the Southern Poverty Law Center is accusing the U.S. Justice Department of what they're calling vindictive prosecution. Where in Fulton County, Georgia.
Vindictive prosecution, huh? Vindictive prosecution, huh? You mean like calling a special session of a state legislature to change the law from a crime that would be a misdemeanor to a felony in order to convict somebody of felonies, but then that person gets 34 felonies and doesn't do any jail time? You ever heard of a person getting 34 felonies and not doing jail time? No, it was never about the conviction to put him in jail. It was about the conviction to say that he was a felon. It was their last-ditch effort to constantly say a convicted felon, the convicted felon, the convicted felon, the convicted felon. Meanwhile, the felonies that you convicted him on were all on property assessment. Letitia James valued President Trump's Mar-a-Lago property at $18 million, even though state assessors there in Florida at that time said it was worth easily 10 times that. And then after all of this, he's had his property assessed again, and it was in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So just because she said that it was worth something, and even though the bank said they were great, and even though the bank said they were paid back on time, ahead of time, and they would love to do business with the Trump family again, Letitia James still, because of her own fraudulent assessment of his property, ended up breaking that down into so many different ways and giving him separate felonies for that. Only in New York would something like that happen. And she'll get hers in the end. You watch. She'll get hers. But now we've got Fulton County. We've got Maricopa County. That's coming up next. We're going to get these people. We're going to get them all. Now let's go to the Shamuary 6th committee, where the chief of police for D.C. Metro said, you would think that the January 6th committee, their number one witness would be me. I was the chief of police there. You would think that I would at least be a witness for the January 6th committee. I never was. Why? Let's listen to this.
The January 6th committee never requested that I come and publicly testify. Think about that. I'm the chief of the Capitol Police. To have me come down and publicly testify before the January 6th committee, because I think they were concerned. It would begin to show what went on the 6th, what went on the days leading up to the 6th, and what was the involvement of political leadership and their appointees. Wow. The restrictions I had as the chief, and ask yourself why the January 6th committee never requested that I come and publicly testify. Think about that. I'm the chief of the Capitol Police. To have me come down and publicly testify before the January 6th committee, because I think they were concerned. It would begin to show what went on the 6th, what went on the days leading up to the 6th, and what was the involvement of political leadership and their appointees.
Wow. That was the chief of police that was there at that time.
The restrictions I had as the chief.
At that time. January 6th was always a setup. They destroyed exculpatory evidence. They inserted fictitious audio into the J6 video. They avoided key witnesses like the chief of Capitol Police. They fired the sergeant at arms when he was saying, hey, what the hell, man? This is Nancy Pelosi's doing. They removed Republicans from the committee, which is, by the way, in D.C., you have to have equal representation on committees. They televised the hearings on primetime TV to influence the public. They had people lie in testimony about Trump grabbing the wheel of the beast and saying, "No, stupid, we're going here instead." You had Nancy Pelosi herself on camera in the SUV saying, "I take responsibility for this. Why didn't we have National Guard here?" We have Nancy Pelosi's daughter who made a documentary where she, by the way, leased the Build the Wall song called Outside the Bubble. That's a story in of itself. They didn't talk about the urgent calls for National Guard. They didn't talk about the fact that Nancy Pelosi turned down President Trump's request to give her, for her to accept the National Guard twice. They don't talk about any of that. By the way, where's Adam Kinzinger today? Where's the blonde Miss Piggy? What's her name? Liz Cheney. Where's she at today? Where's Benny Thompson at today? Where is how's Jamie Raskin doing? Anybody checked in on him lately? Prison Mike? These people all aren't doing so well. Where's the three fake faggot cops that came in and pretended to cry? Michael Fanone and his butt buddy pals in the fake DC precinct. Where are they all today? Isn't that weird? And where's President Trump at today? Isn't that weird?
You must be referring to Michael Fangu, fake cop.
Eileen said, "Jeremy, where do you find all the clips of this evidence on J6? I still have boomer friends who believe the psyop, trying to show them YouTube only has the lies." Well, we find them in independent media, the people that will show it. We find it in independent journalists and independent media, like Rav, us, Lindell TV, people that were there on the ground that day, stuff that's been put out in the reports, was it the Howitz report? What report was the January 6th? We had so many special reports, I can't remember whose was whose. Everything that was released when President Trump came back into office, but everything that we had before that too. Like we showed you all the thousands and thousands of clips of cops just letting people in, unhandcuffing people in the back, talking on the. Remember the cops with the body cams on the top of the Capitol said they effed us. They effed us. They did this. They set us up. Remember when he was saying that? And by the way, let's not just forget about Ray Epps and Nick Fuentes, who both had bullhorns saying, "Storm the Capitol, storm the Capitol, storm the Capitol, break in, break in, break in." They didn't go to jail, but President Trump did for saying, "Peacefully and patriotically go protest." Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. You can be right or left and you can have all the complaints or whatever you want, but if you can't, it's the same thing with the E. Jean Carroll case. If you don't have proof, shut your pie hole. Okay? If you don't have proof, you don't have an argument. If you don't have evidence, you don't have an argument. If we do and you say, "Well, that's not real proof, that's not real evidence, but we're showing it to you," well, Jesus tried to show the Pharisees that he was Jesus by doing the things that he did and said, "If I were not him, could I do this, this, and that?" And they didn't believe him either. So, you can only do so much. You can only do so much. I can't wait until Michael Fanone loses that case and we get his body cam footage that was never released. I can't wait till we get the private text messages. We're getting them all. By the way, it's all going to come out in one big expose. And you want to know what the people on the left are going to say? Doesn't prove anything. You could have Nancy Pelosi herself, not that you will, but we added close to it. You could have Nancy Pelosi saying herself, "I orchestrated all of this to hurt President Trump, and here's all the proof." And that's not proof. That's AI. You're never going to get through to retarded people who think that they know what they're talking about with politics. It's just not going to be the case.
Has a role to play.
Or they'd say, sorry about that. Or they'd say,
there is no.
She's being made to say it or something like, she's under duress.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Somebody said Cowboy Logic on Rav is all about J6. Well, they're good friends of mine. Very good friends of mine. Don and Donna. And I talked to them quite a bit. Well, I wouldn't say quite a bit. Probably once every couple months. And, they've been on the J6 stuff more than anyone, really. I mean, right up there at least as much as anyone else. And they've shown all of this footage that I talk about. Many times. So have we. So have we. But don't worry. It'll all come to a head real soon. That's why we're talking about it again today. We're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, we're going to talk about 2 more Minnesota Muslim Somali women arrested on another scam, $21 million autism scam that just doesn't stop. J.D. Vance says you haven't even seen anything yet. We'll get to that right after this.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Hey, Eli, do me a favor while I'm reading this next ad. We got a dipshit over on YouTube that says, if you could show me any video of anybody on any bullhorn saying that, then I'll shut up. Eli, do me a favor. Go over to X. Search in the search bar Fuentes, calling for people to go into the Capitol. I'm sure it'll pop right up. This dipshit could do his own research, but he won't. That's how these people are. They expect you to hand them everything on a silver platter, because they're too stupid to go find this stuff themselves. And they say, show me that. We've shown it for years. It's not my fault you're late to the party. Okay? Done with debt. Your journey to financial freedom starts with Done with Debt. A lot of people in the LFA TV audience, no matter who you think should be president, have personal finances. And a lot of you have reached out to Done with Debt, and you have gotten those personal finances on the right track to financial freedom, meaning that you've found all your bad debt, all your high interest debt, your personal loans, your credit card debt, and you have found a way to negotiate your way out of it without paying 2/3 or even half or 2/3 of what you would have paid. So 888-322-1054. Speak to a trained debt professional today by going to donewithdebt.com, putting in your first name, last name, email, phone number, what state you live in, how you've been trying to pay that debt off, and how you heard about it all. Donewithdebt.com or 888-322-1054. Get out of your debt today. It's actually a lot easier than you think. All right? Now, as we come back to the 2 Minnesota Muslim women, again, more Muslim people, scamming more people, screwing over more taxpayers, go figure, happen to be Somalian in Minnesota. Eli, have you found that yet? No? Still looking? All right. 2 Minnesota Muslim women arrested in massive $21 million autism program scam. Taxpayers' cash was sent overseas. Well, how about that? The Department of Homeland Security Investigations, has arrested 2 Muslim women in Minnesota for defrauding American taxpayers of more than $21 million through a brazen scheme targeting the state's autism service program. So, again, no integrity whatsoever. I mean, you have no integrity if you're going to fraud anybody, period. But if you're going to go after the kids that need food like the Feed My Futures program and the kids with autism. It goes to show you how you have zero regard for the vulnerable in our country. And look where they come from. Look where they come from. They don't care. They don't care at all. Nick Fuentes, January 6th speech. Nick Fuentes, January 6th Capitol attack, House committee hearing. Let's go to some of these. Let's see here. There it is right there. Not too hard to find. I'm going to pull it up here for you. Since Didi wanted to prove that people said that on a bullhorn, Ray Epps said it, Nick Fuentes said it. There was other people who said it as well. But I'm going to prove to you. I don't think we have time to watch the whole speech, but I'll give you the link so you can watch the speech if you'd like. Let's see.
America first! 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 First! America first! Do we have any groypers in the audience? Yeah!
By the way, this whole speech was easily found just typing it in. Too bad Didi's retarded.
Any fraudulent elector vote! That's right. You've heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Fuck you, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget.
This is back when he was dick riding on Trump.
We must send a message to every last rhino, every last fake conservative, and every last Republican that betrayed us, that their days are numbered. We are going to primary every last one of them.
Hold on. This is a 21-minute speech, so I'm going to put the link in the live chat for Didi. But Didi says, now show Trump calling the mob to attack the Capitol building. Oh, I'd love for you to show me that. I know we're going off the rails here for a retard on YouTube, and it's not worth it, but sometimes it is. I'd love for you to show me that, Didi. Didi Saracen 8749. I'll give you $1 million if you can show me where he said go attack the Capitol. $1 million. I don't even have it. I'll work for the rest of my life to pay you off. Matter of fact, I'll give you something that I do have. I will give you $500 if you can produce a video for me where President Trump said to go attack the Capitol. $500 today. I'll send it however you want. By Raven, through the mail, Cash App, Venmo, any of it. I challenge anybody on YouTube to give me that footage. Anyone? There's a shorter clip. Maybe we can get it without the 21-minute speech.
Keep moving towards the Capitol. It appears we are taking the Capitol back. Keep marching and don't relax. Never relax. Yeah! They're evacuating the Capitol. They're evacuating. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This Capitol belongs to us. Yeah!
Break down the barriers and disregard the police. Storm the Capitol. Eli! People spent 4 years in jail for standing on steps that never called for any of this. 4 years. But these people aren't. Him and Ray Epps.
I mean, they weren't like being literal, and I'm pretty sure that was a totally different day altogether, and you're a maggot.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, you know what he said? He came back and he said, Trump said, fight like hell. Yeah. Same thing he did when he got shot. Same thing every politician says about their campaign trails. Same to everything that every politician says about their opponent, how they're going to fight and not stop fighting. Hakeem Jeffries said it yesterday. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I guess I just left you smiling like a donut. Mouth agape. Waiting for something to go in. Dee Sarasota, whatever the hell his name is. Retarded people.
And do you notice since that day, which we didn't do anything wrong that day anyway, but since that day, what's a Republican done? What's a Republican done that was fighting like hell and was violent? What building did they burn down? What lives did they ruin? Now, we get up every morning, we go to work, we keep the country running a-hole, while you assholes, destroy it.
Absolutely. And Dee, you're wrong again. You said that's not a Democrat calling for that. Nick Fuentes just called himself a Democrat last week. Twice. And we all knew it from the very beginning anyway. Yes, your Democrat buddy. Storm the Capitol. Take it over. Eli, not that I want to spend much more time on this douchebag who clearly doesn't know how to Google or search anything, but now he's saying not one politician ever said to fight. Not one politician ever said that. Eli, I'm sure while I'm giving the news here for the next few minutes, you can find a montage of politicians saying fight, kick them, beat them, punch them, shoot them, hang them, deport them, lock them up in concentration camps. You know what the best part of having liberals in your audience is? Proving them wrong. Let's go back to Shamso Ahmed Hassan, 55, and Hanan Musif Yusuf, 25. Both of Brooklyn Park were taken into custody by HSI agents. Federal prosecutors say that the pair submitted $46.6 million in fraudulent claims to Minnesota's Early Intensive Development and Behavioral Intervention Program, a Medicaid-funded service for children with autism, and pocketed approximately $21.1 million in taxpayer money for services that they never, ever provided. See, there's two sure things in this country, folks. Muslims and Democrats are the worst things to ever grace this to grace this beautiful country from sea to shining sea with their presence. They're the most disgusting people on earth. They're the biggest liars, fraudsters, and criminals that you've ever seen. And now they're losing all of their power, and everything that they've ever done is being exposed. And for Dee, this is for you, my friend.
Is fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets, fight online, fight at the ballot box.
You get out and you create a crowd, and you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
Their idea is, look, nonviolence hasn't worked, and we are going to try to stop this.
President Walker, how do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
Other way. That's it right there, pulling up. Because I'm throwing that piece of shit against the wall till it sticks.
Oh, Feminem. Snoop douche.
Our democracy is under siege. People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator. We need a revolution at this point.
We will, as per Chief Jim Hopper, punch some people in the face.
Spokesperson, the mouthpiece for the President of the United States, to say you don't know me in certain quarters in this nation, that starts a physical fight.
Look as his character is stabbed to death. And there's no mistaking the Trump connection.
Wow. And that was just a short montage. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Fighting at the ballot box is telling people to attack a government building. He didn't tell people to attack a government building. That's the whole point, you stupid fuck. How dumb can Democrats really be? You have not been able to show that. You just keep saying that. You just keep saying that. I'm done with the people over there on YouTube, Eli, for the day, because I cannot argue with retardism. Can't do it. You can't do. You can prove to them left and right can't get it through their thick, stupid, weakling, no gun having, faggy asses, can they?
No, absolutely not. I'm almost willing to bet the type of little shit, whoever this is probably paid to do this, because he does have some charisma. You notice, it's like you said earlier. Anything you say, you could be like, here's the proof. Here's the proof right here. No. And it's just to wire us up. It's just to fire up the fire. They're not worth it.
Well, no, I think the fire is worth it once in a while, because people who are watching who might be on the fence might go, well, this guy just showed tons of everything this guy asked for. And this guy over here is an idiot. I don't want to vote with them. I don't want to vote for the fraud and the Muslims. I don't want to vote for the liars and the cheats and the thieves.
2 months, we've exposed billions of dollars in benefits that were stolen from the American people. We referred over $22 billion in fraudulent small business loans back to the Treasury Department for collection. We put a 6-month hold on enrollments for new hospice and home health care providers to prevent fraudsters from opening up more fake businesses. We've recovered taxpayer funds from the $135 billion stolen after the floodgates were opened to unemployment fraud during COVID. We found $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts, which were mostly awarded under the last administration, of course, because Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel. We blocked $60 million in student aid fraud that should have gone to young people trying to get an education, but instead it went to fraudsters. As chair of the task force, one of my first actions back in February was to get back to where this whole story began and bring justice to victims of fraud in Minnesota. So we worked hand in hand with Dr. Oz, who's doing an amazing job, to defer $250 million from the state of Minnesota to ensure that its government was actually policing suspected Medicaid fraud. But it didn't stop there. Weeks later, we deferred an additional $90 million because Minnesota's leaders didn't get the picture the first time. All we want to do is work with the state of Minnesota to stop the fraud, but if they're not going to take this seriously, we have to, and we have to force them to do so as well. And just a few weeks after that, 22 search warrants were executed targeting scammers, defrauding daycare and autism centers in the state, including the infamous Somali-run Quality Leering Center. Don't send your kids there. Our message is simple. If you're committing fraud, our task force will find you. We'll come after you, and we will not rest until justice is served. In just 2 months, we've exposed billions of...
The constant badgering and whining and crying online. By the way, the left in chats do the exact same thing that Hakeem Jeffries does in front of the camera every day. Bitches, moans, whines, and complains, offers no solutions. And meanwhile, we keep finding fraud, we keep arresting people, we keep winning elections, we keep setting the narrative and the tone for the country. Here's Kelly Loeffler talking about $200 billion in fraud that they found, and people are going to go to jail for this too. Just keep lining them up. We'll keep arresting them.
I'll tell you the other thing about fraud. Small businesses are particularly hurt by the fraud because they're some of our biggest taxpayers in the country. And they show up every day. They work hard to provide for their employees, to build their businesses. They're doing it the honest way. And they see fraudsters taking from the American people. It's taxpayer money. And so you think about, at the SBA, we found $200 billion in fraudulent PPP loans that the Biden administration tried to hide and forgive and sweep under the rug. We've turned the first $22 billion of that over to Treasury for collections and to DOJ for prosecution. Our Inspector General is already announcing that people are going to jail. There are jail sentences now being served. We've announced that 140,000 people have been barred from ever getting SBA loans again, defrauding the government for about $9 billion. So we are going to continue our work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance and appreciate the partnership because it's really accelerated our ability to get the job done.
Yep. And they're going to go to jail. People over there in the chat do it, and you couldn't do that. You tried to kill him, and you couldn't do that. You cannot beat him. Period. And there's no way you're going to beat him at the election box now that he's in charge because he's not going to let the cheat happen. So you're just kind of in limbo right now. Now, here's the thing. Woke right Republicans, because that's what they call themselves, we will not let back in the party. But you dipshitty Democrats, we will allow you in the party. Okay? After a while, you end up realizing that you have no political home, so you go to the only place that makes sense, and that is the MAGA party. Why do you think MAGA is growing? It's not growing because it's getting more people who love Trump. It's growing because your narrative is dying. Your agenda is failing. Your receipts and your proof show nothing. You couldn't kill Trump. You couldn't jail him. You can't stop us. You can't beat us with facts. You can't beat us at the ballot box. You just lose all the time. So you have no choice but to, sooner or later, just continue to be politically homeless, offering nothing of substance to the country, or you go where it makes most sense to go, and that's in the MAGA party. So we'll welcome you. Dee Dee, you can come in. You're more than welcome to come in. You just got to get on your knees and beg. That's all. Get on your knees and say, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry that I was so lost. CA4LA, same with you. You can come into our party. You can come in, but you have to call President Trump your majesty. Okay? You have to say his majesty when you're talking about him. You have to remove your hat. And since we were here first, you have to curtsy to us in our presence. That's all. And then you can vote for Trump. And you can be on our side. Right, Eli? His majesty would welcome that.
The projection of DD is absolutely amazing. He told people to go to the Capitol building, and that if we didn't fight for it, we weren't going to have a country. So if somebody tells you we need to go fight for climate change, you take that literally, like we need to go, like, what, punch the sun so it goes away so it's not so hot? Is that what you're saying, you numbnut?
Eli said, punch the sun.
We got to fight for climate change, guys. Come on, rally around me.
Yeah. Dee would be that guy when he was a kid if you said, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be the first person to go to the sun. First astronaut to go to the sun. And he thinks he can do it because he'll just go at night.
Wait a minute. Where did it go?
Oh, and by the way, on top of calling His Majesty, because he is the king, you also have to be able to make sandwiches. Okay? CA, DD, all that, Josh Cooper, you just have to be able to make sandwiches. So usually us, up in the higher up of MAGA, the ones that have been here fighting since 2015, you usually have to make sandwiches for us, right? And a lot of the times when you speak, because you're so stupid, we'll just say, sandwich. So you have to be able to make peanut butter and jelly, you have to be able to make meat and cheese, and you have to be able to make BLTs and grilled cheese. You can do that, and you can bow to us when you speak to us, then you can become part of the party. Only then. Top Biden DOJ official, I should say, warned the then White House, Biden's administration, that the Mar-a-Lago raid was illegal, and they did it anyway. That's coming down the pipe too, and we know that that's going to people are going to account for that as well and be held accountable for that as well, because Jack Smith's second in charge has just been indicted. So this ought to get real fun come 2027, right? By the way, you guys better be referring to him as His Majesty over on YouTube. Don't let me catch you calling him Trump or Hitler. It's Your Majesty. You understand me? How dare you? Merrick Garland's top advisor fired off a warning to the administration lawyers after Biden's FBI raided Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in August of 2022. Patty Stemler, a longtime DOJ official chosen by Merrick Garland to consult on lawfare cases against Trump, fired off an email warning that has now been released about the legal issues arising from a raid on Mar-a-Lago. The FBI found no probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago in August of 22. But Biden's DOJ sent machine gun-toting agents with the order to shoot and kill if need be, by the way. Remember that. To President Trump's Florida home. Biden's FBI raided Mar-a-Lago in 2022 and seized boxes of records from Trump's Florida estate, which he as president, and only he as president, could bring with him, keep, look at, lay in, burn, whatever he wanted to do, because he was the president. When Joe Biden did it, he was the vice president, never got in any trouble. By the way, Eli, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that Joe Biden's auto pen pardoned Joe Biden himself, which is really odd, because if Joe Biden was in charge of the auto pen and he was pardoning everybody for crimes that they may or may not have committed just so Trump couldn't get them, you would think that his genius, high-level cognitive, high IQ ass would have thought, well, maybe I should pardon myself. But it looks like the people that were operating the auto pardon pen forgot to pardon the guy that was supposedly pardoning everybody with the auto pen. So, Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up whether Joe Biden pardoned himself or not? And then I wonder what the statute of limitations is on stealing classified government documents as not the president, because a vice president can't declassify. Eli, what do we got? Did he pardon himself?
It looks like the answer to that question is mentally retired. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he didn't.
Now, don't you think that's weird? Is me says a president cannot pardon himself. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Absolutely can. Isn't that weird? That all the auto pen pardons that were happening, and he forgot to pardon himself. Eli, is there a statute of limitations on stealing classified documents from the federal government? Eli said, we talk about going and fighting climate change, but that doesn't mean going and punching the sun. That might be the best line I've ever heard to a dipshit like Dee in the chat. Ever. Eli, you get the Smarty Award of the day. I'm going to go ahead while you're looking up that statute of limitations. Do you guys think producer Eli should get the Smarty Award of the day for saying that? I do. Let's go ahead and give it to him. Got more brains in his butt than Dee got in his entire head. Ladies and gentlemen, the Smarty Award of the day goes to... Speech.
I got so many people to thank. Josh, Dee over there. If it wasn't for your stupid ass comment, I wouldn't be here today. So I just want to say thank you.
What do we have? What's the statute of limitations on stealing classified documents?
Let me see. I didn't say classified, but I said stealing documents from government. And yes, there is generally a 5-year statute of limitations for that.
No, my dear. Put in the word classified. Classified.
Still says yes. Stealing or unlawfully retaining classified government documents is a federal crime that generally falls under a 5-year or 8-year statute of limitations, depending on the specific statute charged.
Okay, so 8 years. Even if it was up to 8 years, we wouldn't be able to get him on that, would we? If you can only go up to 8 years, Joe Biden was vice president when he stole those classified documents and put them in his Corvette and in his law office. his Pennsylvania University office that he had. I believe that was in 2016. So that's 10 years ago. So if there is a statute of limitations on that, and it is 8 years, we still wouldn't be able to get him on that. Dee Dee's so happy right now. Dee Dee's like, haha, you sons of bitches, you can't get him. Even though he said, I love kids jumping on my lap, and then the black kids used to rub my hair in the pool, and it was blonde in the sun, and my legs used to be in the pool, and the black kids would come up and they'd rub it, and it would float, and it would be blonde. And I learned a lot about cockroaches that summer. Thank God.
Got Your Six said, when my time finally comes, my tombstone will say, and I punched the sun. That's actually really badass. I kind of wanted to say that now.
Imagine that. Imagine that. I fought for climate change. I punched the sun. What'd you do? What'd you do? Back in my day, we punched the sun. What did you do?
I want an etching, too, of my fist in that bastard, the sun's face.
Bad Moon says Top Secret has longer or no limitation periods. Eli, change the word classified for Top Secret. See what that says. I'm very curious on this because I would love to get him for the same thing that he tried to go after a lawful president, having lawfully taken documents, top secret or otherwise.
I said, is there a statute of limitations on stealing top secret documents from government? Still says yes. Statute of limitations, which generally gives federal government 5 years initiate prosecution. However, depending on specific statute used to charge the individual, the time limit can be 10 years, or it can be paused, if the offender is outside of the United States.
Okay. So if it's 10 years, we could still get him if we did it this year. At least on that. But there's numerous amounts of other things that you can easily charge Joe Biden for. But he's about to die of cancer and AIDS and dementia and strokes. And speaking of that, Jill Biden is now coming out saying, oh my God, he's having a stroke. Jill Biden said the words during the debate with Donald J. Trump, oh my God, he's having a stroke. Joe Biden said she was frightened by Joe Biden's debate performance and thought that he was stroking out in a new shocking video claim. Let's go to that video now, ladies and gentlemen. The former First Lady, Dr. Dipshitiot, Joe Biden.
As you saw it unfold? I wasn't horrified, I was frightened because I had never, ever seen Joe like that.
Oh, never?
Before or since. Never.
Or since?
Yes, or
You've
since.
never seen him like
never.
that?
No.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke. And it scared me to death.
Okay, hold on. I don't know what happened. And as I watched it, I said to myself, oh my God, I think he's having a stroke. And I'd never seen him like that before nor since. Funny, because after that debate, when the party said we're going to just go against all rules and norms and get rid of him and replace him with Kamala Harris, without bringing up the 25th Amendment, because by all rights they should have. They just didn't want to make it look bad, because then you could go back and do every executive order that he ever did and say, was he really in his mental right state of mind then? So they did it the illegal way. But the funny thing about that is after all of this, Joe Biden still said that Joe is mentally capable of running this country. She advocated for Joe to stay in the position of the President of the United States and was so pissed off. If you remember, she was so pissed off, her and Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff and all them, they had this big outing. They hated each other after this. Remember that? Because Kamala Harris took that seat from him. And Barack Obama orchestrated it all because he was still the leader of the party and said, we're going to put her in there because the country's ready for a woman. Liar. Yeah, okay, that's the time. We're going to get that now in her. Not a competent woman who's not a liar, but a incompetent woman who is a liar. Yeah, let's just give it to her. Yep. She still fought for him. I was frightened. I'd never seen anything like that before or since. Ever again have I ever seen anything that even came close to that. Let's go to this clip.
Oh, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
You did such a good job, Joe. I did do a good job, didn't I? It's such a good job, buddy. We're going to get you that pistachio ice cream, the one that doesn't have bones. We're going to go sniff some kids, and we're going to go shit your pants. Hi, everybody. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Joe, come on, man. You know the thing. You did so good, buddy. You answered all those questions, didn't you? Yeah, I did. I answered all of them. I answered all those questions right. We're good. Good job, buddy. That was after the debate. And what did Trump do, everybody? Lie. He lied. Yeah. I wonder if we should go after Joe Biden for elder abuse.
Say here.
Well, she says that she's never seen him act that way before or since, but in the interviews that over 200 of which that Jake and I did, other people did see him act like that in the months before and in the months after that. And those moments became increasingly hard to predict. And the White House was increasingly trying to manage them to keep those moments out of public view. And eventually, during the debate, they could no longer hide those moments from the public. I'd also say that what she just said there is very much at odds with what many of Biden's top aides said at the time and have said, since the 2024 election, which is they didn't think the debate was that bad. And they thought the Democratic Party way overreacted. They certainly didn't think that he was having a stroke at the time. And they thought it was, he was clearly trying to say big pharma and instead of beat Medicare. And that this was a whole, tempest in a teapot overreaction. But Jill Biden is now saying that at the time when she was watching, she thought her husband, the President of the United States, was having a stroke. And then also later that night spoke at a rally in which she praised his performance, then also did an event right afterward at a restaurant, and then also let him go and do a rally the next day in North Carolina. That seemed...
Yeah, Eli, when did he put the Trump hat on? Remember when he went to that firehouse, I believe it was in New York, and he put the Trump hat on? The guy said, you should wear this hat. And he put it on. He goes, how do I look? I think that was after the debate, too. And if it wasn't after, it was right prior to the debate. I don't exactly remember the time frame on that. But, oh my God, is he having a stroke? Well, let me ask you this, folks. If your husband or your wife is is on stage doing a debate, even at a presidential level, and you see something you've never seen before, like he glitches out like Glitch McConnell, just Mr. Freeze, right? If I'm watching my wife debate and I see something happen in her mentally, health-wise, physically, that I've never seen before, and my response is, oh my God, I think she's having a stroke. And I really felt that way. And I saw this absolute breakdown of human ability and cognitive ability. The first thing I would do is say, okay, we're calling this off. We're calling this off. Clearly there's something wrong here. Obviously he can't run for president. But Joe Biden is so clung to power. She's so clung to power. She wanted to hang on to it. And when Kamala Harris got the nod and they took a back seat, Jill was so pissed. Remember how mad she was? Remember how she would look at Kamala? Remember how she would they would if they were on a stage together, they would be on opposite sides because they couldn't be near each other. Then Kamala took over. Her and Doug Emhoff ate Doritos in a gas station. What did you want, honey? Just get me what you always get me, dear, some Doritos. You got it, sweetie. No adrenochrome today? No baby parts today, just Doritos? I don't know. I'm not. I doubt that every politician is drinking adrenochrome and eating baby parts, but hard to say. Hard to say. Siamese stormtrooper said, yeah, he looked loopy as F when he put that MAGA hat on. He sure did. He put it on and he was like, all hopped up on something. Klonopins or something. Here's President Trump talking about Joe Biden.
I think that Joe Biden
yesterday.
is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing them. Do you think that he's trying to hide something? And maybe Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche could comment on if they will countersue and release those tapes to the American public.
Are you talking about it with respect to his book?
With respect to his
Well, I'd
memoirs.
like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again, and I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be a very interesting reading for people.
You know what would be really great? We get a lot of leaks in the media, don't we? A lot of leaks from Democrats inside the government that go to New York Times, Washington Post, Politico, USA Today, and all the rest of the idiots. You know who never gets leaked information? We never get leaked information from Republicans. It would be a shame if somebody leaked these tapes, wouldn't it? Oops. We got to get a hold of these leaks in the government. It'd be a shame if the New York Post, or even just all out on X, that those tapes came out. Wouldn't that just be a shame if somebody leaked them? It'd be so bad. Former senior CIA officer with top secret clearance arrested after the FBI raided his home and seized 300 gold bars worth $40 million, plus $2 million in cash, and 35 luxury watches. Former senior CIA officer. The officer, identified as David Rush, who held a management position at the agency, now faces charges of criminal theft of public money. Rush allegedly used his position to request large amounts of gold and foreign currency, claiming they were for work-related expenses, only to allegedly to divert them and stash them at his Fairfax County residence. You know, where all the illegals are killing everyone and raping everyone? On May 18th, federal agents searched the home and walked out with massive gold hoard. Investigators had earlier found only a portion of the funds in a storage space near his office. Rush had requested the assets between November and March, according to the FBI affidavit. Sounds like somebody was trying to cash out and bounce, doesn't it? The CIA's own internal audit couldn't account for the gold or significant foreign currency, prompting CIA Director John Ratcliffe to refer the matter to the FBI for criminal investigation. Asked about Rush's case, a CIA spokesperson said in a joint statement with the FBI that the FBI had arrested a person after a referral from the agency. So look at all this stuff going on, folks. Look at all of this corruption in our government still. And by the way, these aren't people that came in under Trump. These are people that are trying to leave under Trump. What does that tell you? Deep state holdovers, folks.
$40 million worth of gold bars in his home. If you're wondering how many gold bars that is, the court document says it's about 308. What my team here at NBC News, Dan DeLuce and Gary Grumbach, and I found is that that man was not just an employee of any agency. He was a high-level official with top-secret clearance in the CIA, and that he not only lied about what he was doing with this money, but that allegedly he also lied about his background, said that he graduated from a college he did not attend, that he went to a graduate school he did not attend, and that he had a pilot's license that the FAA said he did not have. So he was arrested last week, and he is now in detention facing these charges of lying about his background and perhaps knowingly embezzling American taxpayers' money. I want to read you a statement we just got in from the CIA saying that after a CIA internal investigation identified potential violations of the law, CIA Director John Ratcliffe referred the information to the FBI for a law enforcement investigation. The FBI is working closely with our partners at the CIA and the Department of Justice as we continue to investigate this matter fully. So, Hallie, we will be staying on this, but what this looks like is that this was someone who was given currency. He was even paid in cash and watches that he said needed to be used in order to pay for operations that he was in charge of. But rather than keeping it in his office, they found $40 million worth of this gold, as well as $2 million in cash and 35 luxury watches in his home. So we'll bring you more as we learn it. Please.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of gold and silver, right? Golden Crest Metals. Do not forget to check out our show every Saturday, The Crest Report, here on LFA TV, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, gold is sitting at about $45.35, silver at about $76 an ounce. So if gold is at $4,535 an ounce and he had 40 million, sounds like he had a lot of gold. Now, why would you want gold and silver? Well, look at the price 20 years ago. Look at the price today. And the price in 20 years is going to be even a bigger jump than the price from 20 years ago till today. Very secure thing to have. Well, unless you stole it, and now it's being confiscated by the FBI. Golden Crest Metals, folks. Find out how much you have to buy in, what your options are, and how you can best diversify your portfolio, especially if you're at retirement age. Get your free gold guide today at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Eli, you know what's great is when you see Democrats calling President Trump a loser and an idiot who doesn't know anything, but yet they're faggot Democrats who are on a conservatives chat, right, talking about a three times, elected president who's a multi-billionaire more than once over, owns the greatest properties on earth, and is the epitome of the American dream. Yeah, good job. I get a kick out of that.
Yeah, well, like it helps when your daddy gives you, like $1 million. Yeah, and he could have lost that and become nothing, but he took it and he turned it into billions.
More than once. But he filed bankruptcy, and yeah, multiple of our Fortune 500 companies have filed some sort of bankruptcy, and they've done it the smart way. We avoided taxes. No. He just used loopholes that were already in law by your Democrat losers and your Republican rhino establishment idiots. There's nothing you can do to stop him, hurt him, or anything. You lose, we win. That's the narrative. That's the story. Get used to it. You live in it.
By the way, I've actually filed bankruptcy before. It was a down and out point in my life, and now I work for a kick-ass news organization called Live from America TV. I have my own editing business, play music, I've been in bands, do all kinds of stuff. So you can make mistakes in life and fix those mistakes.
Yeah, and not only that news organization that you work for, those Democrats are watching right now.
For almost 3 straight hours now.
Almost 3 straight hours now. Hey, guys, real quick here. Oil, gas prices, everything that everybody on the left is crying about. Wait till you hear these stories. Number one, We're now going to start getting 500,000 barrels a day from Alberta through the U.S. pipeline. That's 3 million barrels a day we're getting from Venezuela, and now 500,000 barrels a day we're going to be getting from Alberta. You know they want to become part of the United States, right?
Presidential permit authorizing the Bridger pipeline, sir. This is a transborder pipeline similar to the old Keystone XL pipeline. It'll significantly expand our ability to move oil around North America, oil and gas around North America. It's a huge deal in terms of long-term energy dominance and energy security.
Slightly different than the last administration.
Very different than last
They
administration.
wouldn't sign a pipeline deal, and we have pipelines going up. And by the way, they're way underground. They're not a problem. Nobody even knows they're there. It's so crazy, but they wouldn't approve anything having to do with the pipeline, and they're great. As opposed to trucking it or training it, they're great.
So that's good news. 500,000 barrels coming from Alberta, of which wants to secede from Canada and become part of the United States. Here's some more good news. You said refineries, right? And I told you about one refinery that was already starting to be built and more coming. Well, here's your details on that. $300 billion refinery called America First Refining is being built at the port of Brownsville, marking the first major U.S. oil refinery constructed in nearly 50 years. The location of this is at the port of Brownsville, Texas, with a federally designated economic opportunity zone. The capacity, designed to process up to 168,000 barrels of light shale oil per day, roughly 60 million barrels annually. Ultra-low carbon fuels, including gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. The timeline for this economic, and the timeline and the economic impact of this project, expected to break ground in early spring of 2026, which it already did, was with the first full year of operations targeted for 2029. It will create 500 direct full-time jobs with salaries ranging from 80 to 100,000, alongside thousands of indirect construction and logistic jobs. And the project is supported by a 20-year offtake agreement with India's largest private energy company, Reliance Industries, which plans to purchase and distribute the majority of the refined products. So that means we're not even paying for all of it. And that's the first of many to start popping up all over the country. Somebody in the live chat on Rumble, I think it was Bad Moon, said the most obvious thing that anybody could say, and is so smart. You know what that was? Control the oil, control the world. And we now do. IKPLA says overnight our gas went from $4.39 to $3.89. Yep. And I can't wait to rub that in. I cannot wait to fully rub it in. Once it gets to pre-conflict prices, I can't wait to rub it in. Now, Josh Hawley. What a disappointment. Man, he's great when he questions people in hearings, isn't he? But man, did he really screw the pooch on this one. Memorial Day, Josh Hawley gavelled in a pro forma session at the Senate to prevent President Trump from making any recess appointments. Josh Hawley definitely isn't alone. There's a long list of rhino traitors who have been preventing President Trump from being able to make his recess appointments. And it's time to add him to the rest of the primary challenge lists. Josh Hawley, you're done. You're done. Sorry, you had potential. You did some really good things. You questioned people perfectly on those hearing stands, but you're done. You are now finished. And every other rhino that gavels in a pro forma session to not allow President Trump to make any recess appointments, you will be done too. I don't know what you guys, I don't know what makes you think that we're going to allow you to do this. This is the second time Josh Hawley's done that, and we're done with him. Unfortunately, what is he from? The Show Me State, right? Missouri, I think he's from. Right? I hate when people have potential and they do so good and then they do stuff like this. Now, again, somebody can say, well, hey, he's just doing, the job that the majority leader Thune wants him to do. That's the point. That's the point. Once you go against we the people, the ones who voted Trump in to do exactly what we want him to do, the will of the people, then you're gone. And again, I'm disappointed. I really am. Because he had such a bright future. He doesn't now. Eli, can you find out when Josh Hawley's up for re-election? I believe it's 28. Same year as John Thune. Add him to the list. Today, Rick Scott is doing it from Florida. Add him to the list too. I believe they're 2028 senators.
Give me another minute here.
It's just Hawley. When is his term up? That's all. It should pop right up. Unless you spelled his name wrong. But I believe he's a 2028 senator. No? Can't get it? That's all right.
Hang on a second.
I'll tell you, he's a 2028 senator. He has to be because he's not up for any election now, and the next Senate run is up for 2028. So, is that it? Was I right?
Actually, I had to ask ChatGPT because I wasn't getting anything concurrent with Google. It said Josh Hawley's current U.S. Senate term ends on January 3rd, 2031. He was reelected in 2024 to a 6-year term.
So 2030 is his.
2031.
Well, no, it'd be 2030 because 31 would be when he's done. He would have his campaign in 30. And then January of 31, he'd be done. All right, well, he's gone now too. Rick Scott, gone. Josh Hawley, gone. Anybody else want to do John Thune's bidding? And I'll make a video about that a little later on as well, too, and I'll tag Josh Hawley in it so he can see. Jasmine Crockett, she's on her way out. And I thought that I'd play this for you as we get close to the end of our show here today, just to laugh.
You know, you got ignorant MAGA people who I'm like, baby, I fight harder for you than the people that you elected, just to be clear. Because I know the numbers in the town that you live. I know that your hospitals is shutting down because I know my job, right? So I'm actually trying to save your life because your life expectancy has gone down. Or the fact that rural America uses more SNAP benefits than urban America. I fight harder for you than your own representatives do. But at the same time, they like, oh yeah, Jasmine going to McDonald's, baby.
What?
Listen, this good old law degree in multiple licenses that I took the bar exams for and make sure I keep paying my daggone dues for, baby, they gonna work. If don't nothing else work, I promise you. You know, you got ignorant MAGA people.
Ignorant, she said. If don't nothing else work, was her last statement. Baby, if don't nothing else work, I got me multiple law degrees and I'm finna get a job anywhere. You ignorant MAGA supporters. Eli, anything to say about Jasmine Crotch Itch? I mean, that's the Democratic Party in a nutshell right there.
I mean, like, I don't get why, like, you know, the Democratic Party doing so bad at, like, it is, you know, that it is what it is. Hit it is, hit it is, here it is, shit is. I mean, that was like the most intelligent thing I ever heard, you ignorant.
Hey, by the way, Maury knows over on YouTube. Yeah, go Jews. Go MIGA. Go make Israel great again. Yes, make Israel great again. Absolutely. Wipe out all the disgusting, dirty, inbred Muslims in the entire Middle East and make Israel great again. Give them all the land. You know what I want to see, Eli? I want to see Israel get all of the land. I want to see them have Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan, all of it. Take it all. Make Israel great again.
I like the name of that last one.
Wow, what did I say? I didn't say it right? Oh, there's that money. BB there's that money, Eli. It just came in. I said MIGA, and look what I got. Hey, whoa. That's $14,000. I guess I never need to do another read for an ad ever again.
Do you think Jew could loan me some of that?
What are you talking about, bro? I don't owe you nothing, okay? I got this money straight from Bibi Netanyahu, not to give to Jew, but to give to me.
This is such a l'chaim.
Hey, Will Johnson, your favorite Jew, is coming up next. Will Johnson. See, here's the way I look at it. You can't be Christian unless you're Jewish first. Jeremy, what do you mean? Why would you say that? Christ is king. Absolutely he is. But everybody who wrote the Bible was a Jew. Weird. Will Johnson comes up next. There are right ways and there's wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God. And no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your families close, keep your pets close if you live near Haitians, and keep your friends close. Always salute this great country. Always fight for this flag. And never, ever, ever stop spreading the gospel. God bless, guys. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's get it.
The 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Has caused a whirlwind, has caused an uproar. Sorry to cut off the music. I do like that song, just to be honest with you. I enjoy it a lot, maybe because I've heard it so much, it's really grown on me too. Not that it wasn't bad to begin with. It was an awesome song the first time I heard it, but I really have come to like it so much more, especially because President Trump comes out on it. Maybe I'm a little biased. But that scene right there has the liberals in an uproar. They're all having a frenzy right now over a quarterback, and I talked about it briefly yesterday. A quarterback, Jackson Dirk, am I saying it right? He actually introduces President Trump. And because he introduces President Trump, they have lost their everlasting mind. Why would you lose your mind over this? You know how many times athletes, Hollywood nut jobs, music artists, talk show hosts, what have you, have introduced different presidents? If this was Obama, it would be a completely different story. Oh, it's so great. It's so good. It's so good. But as I mentioned yesterday, the reason why they're upset with this is because they're still pushing this narrative that President Trump is racist. They're trying to convince everybody that President Trump is against black people. And they're saying, how can he do this? He's the quarterback of the New York Giants, and he goes out and endorses President Trump this way. Now, the way I look at this, being a black man in America, not that that matters, the way I look at this is that the left, they figure in their minds that they own everyone who plays in sports, just like they own black people. and because a lot of black people play football, they believe that you cannot say or even show any kind of support for President Trump or this country, because if you do that, that means you're against the American people, black people specifically. Why is it a problem? When I saw it and he's introducing them, I don't keep up with football, as I mentioned before. But when I first saw this, I didn't know what the issue was. Why is there a problem here? And to be honest with you, I still don't know what the actual problem is, because he didn't do anything wrong. Trump is the president of the United States of America. The country is so divided right now. They want all of us to believe that Trump is the one that caused the division, when the division that we are experiencing in this country all started with Obama. Obama was the great divider of this country because the country is becoming unified. It truly was. And Obama said, well, got to bring in this Marxist ideology. We got to change it up. And that's exactly what happened. That's what we're seeing. But good for this young man. Good for him. Now, of course, you're going to have the left. They're going to be attacking him, and they're probably going to continue to attack him until he comes out and apologizes. And apologize for what? They are demanding that he apologizes. You have to go out and say sorry for doing an introduction for the sitting president of the United States of America. And again, like I said, they believe in their minds that they own people that play in the sports arena. They own them. You can only support who we tell you to support. You can only show your support for who we tell you can show your support. This is the racial division that the Democrats are pushing in the country because, again, as I've mentioned multiple times, they don't have anything. They don't know what else to push. So they have to push this agenda to try to fight Trump. All this is about fighting Trump. And again, as I mentioned, if it was Obama, it wouldn't even be a story. Or if it was Joe Biden, wouldn't even be a story. But because they hate Trump so much, someone who's playing on a football team that has black players, that's the connection. Simply because there's black players on the team with him and he's the quarterback is an issue. You know, I remember when I was a kid, there was this discussion and I didn't even pay attention to it. When I was a kid, I did play football until I got older. And then I realized that they were a lot bigger. I mean, when I got in high school, they were probably taking some stuff to get really big. And I'm like, I'm not playing. I'm not going to even go. I'm not going to even try. But I remember always the discussion about a white quarterback. And the people who were complaining about it, of course, black people. But then when a black quarterback came about, it was like, oh, my goodness, are you going to win any games? Are you going to win any games? And I kept thinking to myself, well, if the player's good, then allow him to play the position. I didn't understand it. And when I was hearing about this, I was in Germany. I was in Germany the first time this came to, fruition for me. Because I didn't care. Did not care. The objective was if you're good at it, and then you play the position. But of course, 2026, they can't let it go. They have to tell every single member on every single team that you cannot support President Trump, because if you do this, then you're joining in the deliberate racist attacks against black people. And again, there are no attacks from black people coming from President Trump or the MAGA Republicans. The only attacks that happen are from those on the radical left because they don't like the fact that someone like me supports President Trump. There's a lot of black people out there right now today that is supporting President Trump. And a lot of them are even quiet. They're silent about it. They don't want to say anything because they don't want to. I mean, look, he's a white guy. This young man Jackson, he's a young white male, more than likely straight. And they don't hate him. They hate him because he's endorsed President Trump. just as much as they hate me because I support President Trump. They probably even hate me even more because I'm black. Black Jew. The way Jeremy said it. Don't disagree. But they hate it. I think most of you probably have seen this one yesterday. This is what Sonny, she says she's taking it personal. She's taking it personal that he introduced President Trump. That's all he did. He can't tell, he can tell people to vote for President Trump, but President Trump, I'm telling you, he's going to be done after this. Even though I tell these stupid liberals Trump 2028, it just goes all through their heads. But she's upset because he's standing there and she's taking it personal. Does she know him? Why is she taking it personal?
I think when you know the history of this president and you know the biases of this president, for a certain community, the black community, for me, if this feels personal,
Why does it feel personal? President Trump has done more. If we got to talk about color, President Trump has done more for the black community than Obama, than Joe Biden, than the entire Democrat Party put together. The stuff that the Democrat Party has done to black people has put them in the projects, the ghettos, have kept them dependent on the federal government. President Trump is saying, be on your own, do your own thing, be successful. That's what the Republicans are saying to black people, not just to black people, to Americans, but they don't want to hear that. And of course, she just does this blanket statement that President Trump, the history about this president. Give me some examples. Oh, maybe because President Trump, that's my African American. Where's my African American over there? Because President Trump said that? When President Trump first said that, he was being politically correct. I didn't like it because he was being politically correct. I wish President Trump to say, yo, what's up, hood? What's up, dude? This is my black dude right here. Okay. No matter what President Trump says, it's going to be bad for them, no matter what he says. But how was she taking it personal? She's taking it personal because this quarterback decides to go up on the stage and introduces President Trump. What is there to take personal? He didn't say nothing about her. This is TDS at the fullest.
I think if you are someone who attacks the community to which I belong, and you support that, that tells me two things. Either one, you agree with his politics and you agree with his biases, or you can be adjacent to it, stomach it, and that means you are complicit in my view.
Yeah, there's a whole Congress. There's a whole Congress, all kinds of folks.
So my question is, what attacks is she referring to? What attacks? Can y'all help me out? Because I don't want to support somebody who's attacking me simply because I'm black. That's the reason why I don't support the Democrat. So tell me exactly what attacks President Trump has done. You know what? That's one of those moments where the witches on The View should get that little, thing in her ear and then get a little piece of slip and come out and say, okay, we have to make sure we clarify something. President Trump has not attacked black people. Okay, I misspoke. I just feel that way. That should have been one of those moments, or they should get one, because President Trump has not attacked black people. I've been to the White House twice with President Trump, twice. And there's been other times there have been black people in the White House with President Trump. So where are all these attacks coming from? See, this is the classic example of the Democrats doing something themselves, and then they point the finger and try to say that President Trump is the one doing it. I can't even tell you how much I've been attacked. I'm pretty sure, I know there is for a fact, there's some attacks that I have never even seen. I get death threats, not from MAGA Republicans, not even when I considered myself on the left, a Democrat. Thank you, Lord, for healing my mind. I've never received these hateful attacks, call a coon, a sellout, and all this stuff until I became a conservative, a MAGA Republican. And then it was just like the floodgates just opened up. So where are all these attacks coming from? It's not coming from white Republicans. It's only coming from white Democrats black Democrats, Hispanic, Asian, all of those that consider themselves on the left, progressives, they're the ones that's been attacking me. So where are these attacks that she's referring to? Where are they coming from? And if it was all of these attacks that they keep talking about, then don't you think if President Trump was racist, this wouldn't have never happened? I mean, come on. See, this is what they don't want to see. This is exactly what they don't want to see. This young man, he's a retired football player, to my understanding, and he comes on here and he introduces President Trump and they disown him immediately. Uncle Tom, sellout coon. Listen to what he says about his family. And this is not a new clip. Listen to what he says about President Trump and his family when it comes to the Republican Party.
I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what, he will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democrat again. Okay.
I love it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I can tell you this much. Myself and my family, my immediate family, I have 3 children, for those of you that don't know. They're adults now. I have 3 children. They don't vote Democrat. They don't. Because I've shown them too much of what the Democrat Party is all about. I've shown it to them. And they're like, what? So I let them make their own decision too. I didn't force them to believe anything. I just presented the information to them. My family would never vote Democrat because they know that these people are evil. They know that the Democrats are evil. This is such an awesome scene right here. This is such a beautiful scene. Look at, he's smiling, Trump's smiling. And this is what they don't want to see. This is what they despise. How dare he? You know, President Trump, as soon as you get done, he's going to attack you. He's going to call you all these N-words. You know, what, the same N-words that you call us? I mean, those N-words, the same ones? Is that what you're referring to? Isn't it something how the radical left can call me the House N-word? White people on the left call me the House N-word, and black Democrats see it on social media, and what do you think they do? They join in. It's the most bizarre thing ever. Let me say that again. White Democrats will call me the House N-word, call me coon, call me all of these racial terms, and black Democrats will see it, and they will join in, and they will go right along with them. I thought you were against racism. I thought we wanted the racism to stop. They actually don't. They live in the past. They live in the past. But talking about this young man, why is it such an issue? Why is it such an issue? It should never be an issue for anybody. If you want to support President Trump, then support him. If you want to support Kamala Harris, then support her. I mean, you're not dealing with a full deck, my opinion, but I'm not going to be upset with you. I could care less. Have you noticed how they get upset with us when we support President Trump, but we don't get upset with them because they support Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or the rest of the Democrats? I mean, I've never seen anyone get attacked because they had on a Harris hat or a Beto sticker. I'm here in Texas. I've never seen it. It doesn't happen. There's no video of it. Who's the violent ones? Who's the violent ones? Seriously. Listen to this one on the Communist News Network as they're struggling with this quarterback endorsing President Trump. You can't make it up.
Are we at a place where and anybody can say that if you're an athlete, you shouldn't be up on a political stage speaking?
Well, sports and politics have always mixed. I mean, they've mixed since the days of George Washington. What changed about this narrative of sports and politics not belonging together is when, frankly, black athletes started to show more agency and started to speak more about some of the conditions that people in their community were facing, or even some of the experiences that they had. That's when it became, oh no, don't mix sports and politics. In this particular case, this was an unforced error by Jackson Dart. Again, Donald Trump is historically unpopular. You are the quarterback of the New York Giants. What was the point? What is the upside in appearing at this rally? Now, he has a right to support whoever he wants, but Abdul Carter has a right to criticize his support of that. And a lot of athletes, partly what makes them hesitant about talking about their political beliefs is that they don't want the blowback and they don't want the resistance and how people might feel about it. So, yeah.
Right. Because as soon as you find out, and the rest of you lunatics, that they support President Trump, you have a problem with him. I bet you right now that there is there's an effort right now. I guarantee that there's a huge effort right now for them to try to get him removed as the quarterback. Anyone disagree? I guarantee it. They're looking for some kind of way to get him removed simply because he introduced President Trump. And then what, was on stage for like, what, 20 seconds? Maybe a minute at the most. He introduces President Trump. President Trump comes out. President Trump shakes his hand, and that's it. They want his football career over. This is what they constantly do, because you do something or you support somebody that they don't like. They want to end your career. If they can't end your career, they'll try to end your life, aka President Trump. This is who they are.
His teammate, who is a Muslim, who is a black man in America, had every right to question him about what that support means, especially when you are considered to be the face of the organization and the sort of default leader of the entire team.
I mean, really, you see, because you are the quarterback. If you were to support Obama again, like I mentioned, then it would be perfectly fine. It'd be okay. It'd have been okay. Or if, thank God, Kamala Harris is not there. But let's just say Kamala Harris got on stage doing a campaign or something, and they found a Hollywood person or a music artist to go on stage and introduce Kamala Harris. None of them have a problem with that. None of them have a problem with that. But everybody that they believe that they should be able to control, if you go and you introduce or show your support for President Trump, then it becomes a problem. Remember during the campaign trail, I can't remember the guy's name. He was a comedian. See, they believe that they own all the comedians. They believe they own the entertainment. They believe they own comedians, the sport arena. They used to believe that they own all of social media. Are you catching up with me? You understand what I'm saying here? Not to say that you're slow, but I'm trying to get my point across here. They believe they own everything, and you're not supposed to go outside of that. Just like they believe they own black people. Because think about it. They own Hollywood, Nuttywood. They own it. Because if you go against them in Nuttywood, Hollywood, guess what happens? They kick you out. You can no longer get a job in Hollywood. No longer can get a job. Same thing in the media. If you go on the media and you don't comply with them, they will get rid of you, except for Scott Jennings. Because Scott Jennings is helping their ratings. That's the only reason why they keep Scott Jennings there. But other than that, Abby would love to never allow Scott Jennings to go back on. They would love it because they want to create the echo chamber. But before that, you had Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all of them. Before Rumble, before True Social, before Getter, right? Before Parler, they controlled social media and they believed that they owned you. They own your thoughts. If you posted something on these social media platforms, what did they do? They canceled you. If you went against them, everything that you go against the left, they will cancel you. They try to harm you financially, physically, mentally, spiritually, if they can. They try to do everything they can to every single person to harm them as much as possible. And I guarantee right now, this young man, Jackson Dart, they're trying to harm him. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Let me show you something with these young black men here, where they're on here talking about Jackson Dart. And one of them apparently is a football player. And I guess this is the guy that she was referring to. So they're sitting there talking about it. And you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when the plantation was live and well and the Democrats were controlling black people. And there's a lot of black people that don't want to leave the plantation because they are comfortable. They sit on the plush couch because, you know, their masters make them feel like they have something, LBJ. But listen to what they say in this clip. I might have to skip through some of it because it's kind of long, but listen. What did he do that was wrong? What do you mean? It's not the time for that. All he did was introduce President Trump. Has he done TikTok videos talking about these Democrats? Has he done TikTok videos telling everyone if you don't support President Trump, you're racist? Has he done any of that? Isn't it something how they can go and everybody can go on TikTok or go onto Instagram, whatever it is, and say the most despicable things about President Trump and about white people, and it's perfectly fine. But if you say something supporting President Trump, not even being hateful, not even being racist, they make the association. How dare you? They're having this discussion about this like it caused some actual harm. Right? They're not even talking about the football player, and I can't remember the football player's name, didn't even keep up with it. But there's a football player that was just recently arrested for battery. There's no mention about that. It just so happens that the football player was black, but they don't want to talk about that, but they want to talk about Jackson Dart simply because of President Trump. Now, if he goes into the locker room and he's having a discussion and he's talking to the other players, they're essentially telling him that, hey, if you are a Democrat, you can voice your opinion and tell us how much you hate President Trump. That's perfectly fine. But if you want to come in and say that you support President Trump, that becomes the problem. You can't do that. That becomes the problem. Anybody see the pattern here? Anybody see the problem here? The reason why we still have the racism in this country is because these people can't help themselves. They want the racial division. I want to be considered as an equal person. Is anybody watching right now have a problem with me being an equal person? I mean, really. The only people that have a problem with me being equal are those on the left. I can tell you right now, I can take a picture or a post and say, you know what? And I have done it right after the Supreme Court ruled that you can't do any of the mapping based on color. And I said, oh, look at this. Now my vote just counts the same as everybody else's vote. It's just an American that is voting. It has nothing to do with color. I am considered equal in the eyes of the law, which the law is supposed to be blind, right? It's just supposed to be the law. But according to the law of the land in the United States of America, Will Johnson's vote is an American vote. It's not a black vote. It's not a Hispanic vote. It's not a white vote. It's none of that. None of that. It's considered as an American vote. All right, I'm just seeing this right now. Look like Scott Bassett just came on, and he's actually taking questions from the press. And I want to hear some of this, and I know some of you want to hear this too, because they're talking about the Treasury and good stuff. So without me keep talking about it, let's just go to it here. All right, I'm going to bring it up. You ready? Here we go.
You in the pink?
Mr. Secretary, in the red?
No, in the pink.
In the pink, thank you. Cristina Londoño with Telemundo Network. Mr. Secretary, how effective do you believe the current Treasury restrictions have been in pressuring the Cuban government? And also, if you're in the room when those talks are being held, are there any plans to either tighten the sanctions or to ease the sanctions against the Cuban government to get some type of change?
Again, that's going to be up to
that's going to be up to the Cuban government. That they can go up, they can go down. That we've tried to get humanitarian aid in, and the regime rejected it. So because they wanted to go through their corrupt system. So they could go up, they could go down. It's carrot and stick. Secretary Rubio doing a fantastic job of managing this process, and we at Treasury are working with him. So, in the red.
Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. I want to ask you about Antifa. In October, the Treasury Department started working with the FBI to investigate who's funding Antifa. Can you give us an update on that investigation? How close are you guys to finding out who's funding Antifa?
It is ongoing. We made substantial progress, and I think in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to have a lot to report. One thing that did go underreported that I would point out to all of you is the IRS is now giving guidance on the Form 990, which nonprofits they have to file. And we are going to encourage or demand that nonprofits know their grant recipients. So if a grant recipient is violent, if they are suppressing people's rights, then you are responsible for that. And I think that's a very good first step.
There's new government data that shows that Americans are now saving a smaller share of their incomes than at any time over the past 4 years. Are you seeing signs that American households are dipping into their savings to pay for the higher costs of things like gas and groceries? And does data like that concern you right now?
Well, so a lower academic literature would tell you a lower savings rate can mean one of two things: the doomer view that you took, or that people have more confidence, or it could be something else. Because for instance, stock market gains or 401k gains might not show up in savings, so they're looking at that, think that they can draw down their household savings.
You're obviously concerned about the risks posed by advanced AI models like Mythos to critical infrastructure. The financial sector is concerned as well. What types of changes are being considered to the AI executive order so it can pass? And do you believe that an AI executive order needs to include the pre-public access for government?
Again, we're working very closely with the large language labs. They've been excellent partners, and we are going to get a solution that solves for the maximum calculus. What we want to do, the U.S. is the AI leader in the world. We're an AI superpower. China is second. They are trailing substantially. We want to make sure that we keep that lead. So we are working on the exact calculus between innovation and safety, and we want to optimize for that. So you in the glasses?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
In the glasses.
Thank you very much.
No, you don't have glasses on. You in the glasses.
Thank you for taking my question. There was a report this morning that Justice Alito's son is working in your department. Can you confirm that that's the case? And if so, do you believe that that means that he should be, that the justice should recuse himself from cases that involve your department?
I am sure that Mr. Alito follows all legal and ethical guidelines, and I can assure you that at Treasury we follow all the legal and ethical guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have two questions for you, but just to follow what you said about the.
Well, you didn't call me doctor, so I only get one.
Well, I'll shoot for two. You said that it's up to Congress if the president's face is on a $250 bill, but it is actually the Washington Post that's reporting two political appointees from the Treasury Department who have asked agencies to be ready to do that. Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
I don't really understand this Washington Post article. That who hears from the Post? Yep. Terribly written, terribly edited. Because basically what it says is that Treasury is following the law, and that we've created the bill, and that it's up to Congress, but that we follow the bill and it's up to. I didn't really understand what the story was.
So,
but anyway,
appointees aren't involved in that. Two of your political appointees.
Yeah, of course. But we prepare for everything if it gets passed. Just like we were ready 6 months in advance for the one big beautiful bill for tax guidance. So we have to prepare in advance. You can't draw something up the day before.
Politically, do you think it's it's a good idea though when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
Look, I think it has, I think that it's bifurcated. That, do you think we should have a 250th anniversary, the celebration?
Well, that's happening anyway, but putting the president's face on a $250 bill is a choice.
But Caitlin, it's not happening anyway. It's happening because it's being funded by private citizens, by the federal government, by state governments, by municipal governments to celebrate our country. And I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the President of the United States, the person who was President of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill.
On Russia sanctions, what you just commented on there, Mr. Secretary, about the $1.8 billion fund. Is it accurate that the General Counsel of the Treasury Department resigned over that?
I will not be taking any other questions. I will not be taking any other questions.
But you know, Wall Street over here.
So,
Sanctions, sir, given the scale of the assault from Russia on Kyiv in recent days and the fact that diplomacy seems to have settled down, there is no diplomatic talks happening right now between Russia, Ukraine, or the U.S. What about sanctions? Is the U.S. considering sanctions on Russia at this time?
well, the U.S., this administration has put the hardest sanctions on Russia of any country. So let's review how the sanctions regime has gone since the Russian action on Ukraine. Biden administration put on what I would call mild sanctions because they were worried about gasoline prices going up into an election. It would be an unstatesmanlike sanctions. Probably the worst national security advisor in the history of the country, Jake Sullivan, in an act of bravery on his way out the door in January, raised the sanction level on behalf of the Trump administration. We let those in situ when we took office. Fast forward to October, and President Trump instructed me to sanction the two largest Russian oil companies, Lukoil and Rosneft, which we did. No other government has done that. So no one has done more sanctions than the Trump administration on Russian oil. Here, who wants to own this? Gray hair. No, gray hair. No, you don't have gray hair. Well, maybe you do.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. When you had breakfast this morning with Fed Chair, did you request that the Fed lower interest rates?
I had breakfast with Chair Powell 41 times, and I never did that. Last question.
Thanks, sir. Governor Gavin Newsom has floated this idea of a 100% state tax on Californians who receive money from President Trump's anti-weaponization fund. Your response to the governor's call for 100% tax?
There's no cure for stupid. Okay. Thank you all.
He said there's no cure for stupid. Oh my goodness. So good. So good. So I kind of missed it. I have to go back and listen to it about the trans Tifa question. Did y'all get that? The trans Tifa question. It was kind of, so something's going on with trans Tifa. You know, trans Tifa, they're still there. They've never been really held responsible for all of the criminal activity that they did. You know, all the violent activity that they've done to the American people, especially during the Summer of Love. Trans Tifa was just terrible. Even after that, even before then, ever since President Trump in 2016, trans Tifa has been doing a lot of damage. So I look forward to them getting their butts handed to them. So $250 bill, dude, I can't afford one, but I sure want one. That, you know what? I'm telling you right now, they passed that and there's a $250 bill with President Trump on it. Dude, they're going to get, I'm telling you, they won't be able to print enough of them because people are going to get them. You know why? Because the first ones that come off that press plant, the printer, they're going to be collectible items. they're going to be worth more than $250. I'm telling you right now. I get one, I'm going to put it in my box here with my hat that Trump signed personally. My hat here that says vote them out for Democrats, vote them out. President Trump signed my hat personally, and I put it in this glass box. So I would love to put a $250 bill with President Trump in my glass box. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine how they would react? Then, of course, Caitlin Collins going, well, how are you going to do on a $250 bill when people are struggling to pay for gas? Yeah, we're struggling to pay for gas. Yeah. Yeah, we are. But we understand what's happening. We understand. It's not because President Trump shut down the XL pipeline. No, that's not the reason why the gas prices are high. It's not because President Trump was trying to force us all into an EV. No, that's not the reason why gas prices are high. We understand why they're high. Because there's actually a conflict over in the Middle East where President Trump is trying to end the 47-year-old war. That's the reason why. That's the reason why. All right, I got more stuff for you right when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Were you horrified as you saw it unfold?
I wasn't horrified, I was frightened because I had never, ever seen Joe like that.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
Before or since? Never.
Or since?
Yes. Or
You've
since.
never seen him like
Never.
that?
No.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke.
Oh my goodness, he's having a stroke. Oh my goodness, he's having a stroke. Oh my goodness, he's having a stroke. And then the very next day, she goes on and say, Joe, you did such a great job, Joe. You did such a fantastic job, Joe. Fantastic job. Oh, let me show it to you. You did such a fantastic job. Then I come back to this one.
Or since?
Yes. Or
You've
since.
never seen him like
Never.
that?
Never.
No.
Look at that.
What happened?
And I put the Joe Biden going up the stairs. This was before the debate, but she has never seen any issues with Joe Biden.
No, what happened? I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke. And it
Really?
scared me to death.
Why
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
I mean, dude, why even come out and say that you didn't know that something was wrong with Joe at this point? I mean, why? Just go ahead. See, for me, this is what I'm thinking. I was talking to Shannon about this earlier. For me, I'll just come out and say, you know what? We made some mistakes. We're human. It happens. If we could go back and do things differently, we would. I mean, but we can't. But they can't do that because then they would be admitting that they knew something was wrong from the get-go. And maybe there's some legal things that's involved with that, because if that was the case and Joe Biden completely lost his mind, what they refused to admit to, who was signing all of these documents under President Trump's, on Joe Biden's name? Who was signing all of these documents? We already know that AutoPen was in overdrive, but what about the other documents?
What you saw last night on the debate stage was Joe Biden, a president with integrity and character, who told the truth. And Donald Trump told lie after lie after lie. Oh, you're good. You're so good.
No, you're good. You're so good. And look at Joe Biden. He's oblivious to what's going on. There's been countless times where she had to direct him off of stage. That's the reason why she started going on stage with him, because he was like lost all the time. Remember, Joe Biden was shaking invisible hands? Y'all remember that? As soon as he get off of stage, he would shake these invisible hands. I'm like, where you going, Joe? Hold on. For some reason that was not moving. I got to show that to you. Let me see if I can do it like this. And look, whose hand was it? Look at that. He's reaching out to shake somebody's hand. That's what you do. He's reaching out to shake somebody's hand. And this wasn't just one time. It was multiple times that Joe Biden did that. And she didn't know something was wrong with Joe. She didn't know something was wrong with him. How could you not know? How could you not know? It's because they lie about everything. They lie about everything. There's nothing under the sun that they don't lie about. Every single thing that the Democrats do is for their personal gain. It's for their agenda. You can't expect demons to start telling the truth about stuff. They can't even tell the truth about what we all just witnessed the past 4 years when Joe Biden was in the White House. They still lying about it. Like, don't completely forget about what happened. I guarantee they're going to come back. Actually, they already have. And they're already saying that Joe Biden, he's the one that secured the borders. Did you know they're already saying that? They're saying Joe Biden was the one who secured the borders. We didn't have a border crisis at all when Joe Biden was in office. They're actually saying this. They're actually saying it. There wasn't thousands of people. There was no video. There was no photos of people coming across the border. That never happened. They're already saying that because they believe that they can just come out and just blatantly lie to people and no one will know the difference. No one will know the difference. Let me give you an example of someone who just constantly lies. And this is because of what's happening here in the state of Texas, and not just here in Texas, but across the country. James Tallarico. And actually, I think he got the new name, James, what do they call him? James Telefrico or something like that. Telefrico. And he's adopted, right? Because you're a Telefrico supporter, which I don't blame him. I mean, we do the same thing, right? They call us deplorable. We adopted that. They call us mega extremists. We adopted that. But they are insane. Tellerico should be Tele-Evo. That's what they should call them. Tele-Evo. Let them put on there that they support evilness. Can we do that? I bet you they won't want to adopt that because they want people to believe that they're here for the good, for humanity.
The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us, and in many ways like Jesus, like the cross, it's been co-opted and in some ways its true meaning has been betrayed.
There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
God is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary.
Our trans community needs abortion care too. Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front and a lock on the door.
A giant welcome mat and a locked door. We already have that. It's called coming to America legally, coming through the front door, the proper way. We already have that. America's been very welcoming to the rest of the world. A little too welcoming, my opinion. A little too welcoming. But let me go to the beginning of this. This is just a short clip where he's talking about the flag.
The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us, and in many ways, like Jesus, like the cross, it's been co-opted and in some ways, its true meaning has been betrayed.
Its true meaning has been portrayed. Like they've taken, and how many times have I told y'all that they've taken what Christianity is all about and they've twisted it? How many times have I said that? See, there's an actual battle going on, and he's like the front runner of it. I've never in my entire life seen someone blatantly filled with the Antichrist spirit like James Tellerico, James Telleevil. I've never seen it. Now, I'm pretty sure there's been other people, but just out in the open like this and trying to tell people, convince people that Christianity is a certain way. And what is so difficult to understand about the American flag? I told y'all I used to live in Germany. My father was in the military. Lived in Germany for about 10 years of my childhood. That's an amazing thing. So I have such a broad view of the world. Lived in Germany for 10 years, different times, but 10 years total. And I'll never forget it. When I was in Germany, when people, no matter if they were Turkish, if they were from Africa, if they were from the Middle East, if they were there from Germany, no matter where they were from, when they saw the American flag, you know what they said? We want to go there. That's freedom. And as a kid, when I first heard that, I had no idea what they were talking about because, I didn't pay attention to any of that, but it stuck with me. It was a German guy said that flag represents freedom. A German guy in Germany all his life. And at the time, I didn't think nothing of it. But now today, I completely understand it. But James Tellerico here in America, and he says the American flag, they don't understand it. They don't understand what the stars represent, the stripes, the colors. He doesn't understand it. That's the reason right now you have white, especially white liberals and black liberals, this Democrats period. They refuse to put the American flag on their homes. I've seen this video with this feminist liberal. She says, I just cringe every time I see an American flag on her home. I was so happy to put an American flag outside of my studio here. I was so happy to do it. And when they see it, when the liberals see it, I'm just like, what are you going to do? None of the liberals want to fly the American flag. And I guarantee that they hate that it's the 250th year. And guess what? President Trump being the president. And I sure hope, I'm looking forward to it. I sure want President Trump to be on that $250 bill. Can we, the people, just go ahead and say, make it a done deal? Like we said for the 2024 election. Can we just go ahead and do that? Anybody disagree with that? If you would like to see a $250 bill with President Trump on it while he's still alive, put 250 in the chat. Put 250 in the chat. Put 250 in the chat. Here, I'm gonna type in 250. I got a couple seconds here. I'm gonna type it in. 250. 250. You gotta say it like that. 250. right? Because some of them, that's how they understand it. 250. All right. I just put it on YouTube and I just put it on Rumble. 250. And let me put the chat up on the screen so we can see these beautiful 250. 250. You got to say it like that, okay? 250. Look at that. 250. I want to see it. Straight up collector's item. Straight up collector's item. And people will get that $250 bill and they will sit on it. I told you, I'll put it in my glass box. You see it right there? I'm going to pull it down. I got to dust it off. So don't mind the dust here. Y'all see that? Can y'all see Trump's signature on there? Look at that. Vote them out. President Trump personally signed my hat and I put it in this box. There's only one of its kind like this. Vote them out. He endorsed voting these Democrats out. That's what that means. President Trump endorsed voting these Democrats out. That's exactly what that means. So, like I said, I can't afford it, but I'm going to do what I can to get one of those $250 bills and put it in my box. Ooh, wee. That'll just increase the value of the box. Tell me it wouldn't. Tell me it wouldn't. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You know it would. Wow. Hour went by so fast. So fast, so fast. All right. And let me show you this one really quick before we go. Now, this is for everyone. You know, I'm constantly telling you, we got to prepare because they're coming. Here it is, liberal females preparing for the second Civil War. I told y'all got to get ready because they're coming. Get ready.
Oh, oh, oh. Forward, step. Oh. Forward, step. Oh. Forward, step. Oh. Back, step. Oh. Back, step. Oh. Back, step. Oh. Forward, march. Oh. 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 Ready, pop.
Oh my goodness,
back,
you can't make
step.
it up.
Oh. Back, step. Oh. Back, step. Oh. Forward, charge. Ah!
So y'all better get ready. Y'all better get ready. Y'all better get ready. I put my money on conservative women all day long. That's where I put my money. I put my money down on conservative women. Because the rest of these lunatic liberals,